everybody. Absolutely lovely to see so many familiar, but also some new faces for me as well. My name is Jen Kenwood. I'm the Experience of Care Lead for Community Primary and Integrated Care at NHS England, and I have the privilege of leading the Commitment to Carers programme for NHSE. And it is absolutely brilliant to just be part of this morning's webinar and really get a sense of the scope and breadth and challenges of some of the work that you've all been doing. And it is really inspiring to see how these projects have diversified from when we first started doing the Mind the Gap work. So a couple of bits of housekeeping. If I could ask everyone, if they're not speaking, to keep their mute buttons on. I will apologise in advance for any dog invasion on my part. Paddington at the moment is asleep on the sofa in here, but does have a habit of raiding the desk. So I will be very vigilant about having my microphone off when I'm not speaking. And apologies if he joins in when I am. Occupational hazard these days when we're working from home so often. You can probably see that Steve has started a recording for this meeting. So just to be aware of that, and if you don't want to appear on the recording, obviously do turn your camera off. We do have quite a busy morning, so we are going to keep people very strictly to their 10-minute time for presentations. Verity is going to be mistress of the stopwatch, so she will let you know. Verity, if you could put something in the chat box, maybe 2 minutes when we're 2 minutes from the end. Yeah. So people don't feel rudely cut off when you jump in at 10 minutes. That'd be great. So I guess to set the scene for today, firstly, thank you. We appreciate that people are still incredibly busy as we shift from pandemic into recovery mode, whatever that is going to look like long term for us. And we hope that we're going to hear something of the challenges that you've experienced over the last year as well, because I think the context of COVID has really magnified a lot of the issues that we see in terms of inequality and exclusion. So it'll be really interesting to get your perspectives on that. Some of you I know will be waiting for information about future funding from us if you're thinking about doing embedding projects next year. We are just waiting on final confirmation from the NHS England senior management team around budgets, so we will send out templates and information on that as soon as we're able to. And finally, a reminder that you will need to submit your invoices for the final 20% of your project payment when you send in your final reports on the 8th of March. So the day is broadly split into two halves, with us focusing primarily on embedding projects to begin with, and then the scoping projects in the second half, with one exception, because unfortunately there was a clash of timetables. So our first project that we'll be hearing from today is actually from Humber Coast and Vale, who are a scoping project, but after that we will be slipping into the embedding projects. We'll have a brief break just for comfort at 5 to 11, assuming we're on time, which we will be. And then we will be going into scoping projects after that. We do have 50 minutes for lunch at 12 o'clock, but obviously if you need to take a comfort break, just make sure you're muted and your camera's off so people aren't distracted by you up and moving around. And obviously it is a long time to be sat in front of your computer, so if you do need to get up, stretch, move around, please do. We encourage that. Wellbeing is really important. But I hope you really enjoy the day. I've been really excited to hear about these projects. So without further ado, we will hand over to the northeast and Humber Coast and Vale.
Thank you, and thanks, Jen, and good morning, everyone. And I really appreciate you giving me the opportunity to go first on this, because I've got something else to do later on in the day, so thank you. So for this piece of work, York Carers has focused on carers affected by someone's substance misuse or alcohol misuse. And Caring to Recovery is working solely in York rather than the wider Humber Coast and Vale Health and Care Partnership. We've spoken now to around 27 people. The biggest challenge we've had is around anonymity for this group of carers, because they're, I'll talk about it a little bit, but there's been a lot of challenges there, and some of the people I've spoken to are quite high profile, and their their common theme is, it's not my story to tell, and they don't want to identify the person that they are caring for. But 16 carers have fully engaged and are reviewing everything at the moment. So, Steve, could you put me onto slide 3, please? Thank you. So from the work that we've done so far, there are 5 key themes that have come out. The first one being family relationships. So for carers in this group that we've spoken to, acknowledging the addiction is a real hurdle for families, recognising behavioural change, dealing with the realisation and the acceptance of that. One carer said, "We have a problem in our family, but we're not a problem family." So those feelings of shame, guilt, embarrassment, secrecy, believing in yourself and confronting what may be, and also denial as well. And the other sort of key area that they spoke about was really hard to separate the person from the addiction. The second key theme, societal perceptions. So just the recognition as a carer. Most people didn't regard themselves as caring because they, in many ways, they said that they were simply trying to keep the family functioning. And for some people, they said they felt as if they weren't caring, they weren't caring, so therefore they weren't carers. So some carers found it really difficult to address alcohol and addiction in a society that endorses alcohol as a means of celebration, and how to sort of get their head around that, and also how to deal with antisocial behaviour and the embarrassment that's associated with that. A couple of people spoke about actually mourning the loss of their own social life. The third theme was health. Most carers highlighted really poor communication between different health services. Many medics didn't, or carers reported that medics did not have a good knowledge around addiction, and perhaps highlighted some specialist training there. Some GPs were unaware of places for referral for the carer, whereas the focus was very much on the person with the addiction. And lack of resources means that carers have to shout loud for help. And whilst carers are a valuable resource for most of the time, when emergency services are needed, carers can be excluded. Dual diagnosis was a big area that brought its own complications, too much for this presentation, but for carers trying to work out services and information, that was a real challenge. The third one was about services actually not working together. That's often around information sharing and the challenges of GDPR, especially where a person with addiction is not telling the truth, and they just say that they don't want to know what's being discussed, but just whether or not the person has actually turned up for appointments. Those sorts of links with services, very important. And finally, information and training. So whilst carers often felt they were almost acting as an emergency service at times, they were doing that with limited information and no training. They found their information from Google, and medical fact finding can be exhausting even for those with skills in that area. Thanks, Steve. Slide 4. We've spoken to a lot of professionals, and early next month we've arranged a multi-agency meeting in order to look closer at working together with this group of carers in York. And the process that we've been through actually has opened conversations with partners, so it's been really helpful in that way. And we're looking at working with Carers Connect, who you'll hear from later on in South Lakes, as a resource. Slide 5. So there is more work to do. We're really aware that all our carers have been sourced, or nearly all our carers have been sourced through York Carers, and have or had been supported through the service. What we've recognised is it's going to take time to enter new communities where there may be a big problem, but that needs a lot of relationship building before we can do that, and it's probably outside the scope of this piece of work. But the issues already highlighted prevent people from coming forward without some targeted working first. So I think our group wasn't as diverse as it could have been. Anonymity, so it's not my story to tell. It's a real challenge for carers who don't want to be identified, particularly York is a very small city, and this was an area for real concern. And finally, the specific communities. So lots of work with parents of young people with autism or Asperger's who had turned to substance misuse at transition. Carers of care experienced young people have quite specific issues. So where there's fostering and adoption in the family, that was a really an area for further exploration. And kinship carers. So for example, a grandparent who has guardianship over their grandchild. How, what and when do we tell our grandchild perhaps that their parent is in prison? What's the story that we tell and how do we tell it and when? So slide 6, I'm having to rush because I've got something else to put on. So with co-production, one of our carers began stitching through lockdown. She felt that by stitching her feelings onto fabric, it helped her. She sent out 60 fabric packs to people around the country and held an exhibition in November in York to raise funds for the substance misuse group. Carers are now all working on the recommendations that will accompany the final report. So they have a draft with them at the moment. And Carlotta, a filmmaker and carer, has made 4 films. And they wanted for Claire to tell the story in the final slide, and she speaks for many others. So Steve, if you're able to play that film, please. Thank you.
I'd just come home from work and I was really tired. I got a phone call from what looked like John's number and I picked up and I thought, oh, that's a woman, that's a bit strange. So it was one of the nurses and the first thing she said to me was, don't worry, but your husband's in A&E unconscious. My stomach dropped, I froze, I was so surprised. And I went down to the hospital to see if I could help and to find out what happened. As far as I knew, he'd been at work, and I thought he was still there, so I was really shocked. He'd been found unconscious by a member of the public and brought in by ambulance. When I got to the hospital, I wanted to check that he was still there. So after wandering around the hospital lost for what seems like hours, I kept calling him. I kept thinking maybe he'll answer his phone and tell me what's going on, but no answer. I found out he's still in the A&E department, so I went over there and I spoke to the receptionist. She said I couldn't see him because of COVID measures, and she couldn't tell me what had happened. They didn't know what had happened and he hadn't been seen by a doctor. They kept telling me that they'd call me when they had more information, as did the nurse, but nobody ever called me. I never spoke to a medical professional that day, which could have been so much better. The receptionist told me to wait in my car, but I didn't know where the car was. My husband had the car before he was brought into hospital. So I just went outside and sobbed and called my dad. It would have been much better that day if I'd been able to speak to a doctor or a medical professional. And nobody spoke to John about his addiction that day or spoke to me when he was released to go home. There was no indication of anything that I should look for. Because he'd hit his head, I was still quite concerned, but they just said, okay, take him home. There was no follow-up, there was no letter to the GP, there was no connection with addiction services at all. It was an awful experience, but it could have been made much better if there was something like a 24-hour helpline in A&E where people might turn up with addictions, or some sort of liaison with an addiction specialist who could then follow up when they were in abuse or if they were sober. That would make a massive improvement to the addicts and to the families of the addicts, and I think could even save the taxpayer money by treating the problem, not just sort of dealing with it when it comes up time and time again and letting the cycle start again. I think the stigma for addiction is really strong, and it affects loved ones as much as it does addicts themselves. I think people don't want to admit that there is a problem, either themselves or for someone else. I think that stigma puts people off accessing support and help. If it was more visible how many people affected by someone else's addiction, then I think that would reduce the stigma and make people realise that it's not as uncommon as you think. You're not alone. You won't be judged. There's lots of other people in similar situations who can help you. I think it would be useful if addiction services and services for people who care for an addict were more linked with mental health services and health services themselves. I think it's a barrier in that everything's treated so separately rather than in a holistic way. And I think there would be less stigma if addiction was treated as a medical condition and treated in a healthcare setting rather than an independent setting. It's really hard using the word carer. It's taken me some time to get used to that. And it's perhaps not the first place that people would look for help. At first, you mainly want help for the addict. You think that that's what needs to change. You don't think about helping yourself. So it would be good to have sort of signposting when the addict first gets referred to help for the loved one as well. I'd like it if more people accessed the service, if it was more visible or sort of frequently signposted to people that might need it. I know there's lots of people affected by other people's addictions, so I'd like as many people to get help as possible.
Thank you. Sorry it ran over a bit.
That's all right, thank you. I think it was important to let that film run, so thank you. We are going to have to scoot straight on to the next one. So I have asked people to put comments, questions, reflections in the chat box, and hopefully we can keep a conversation going there as well. So we are now going to move on to the embedding projects. We're going to be staying in the North East, and this time we have North East and North Cumbria ICS presenting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, all. My name's Lou O'Brien. I'm a Chief Executive Officer at Carers Together, and my colleague Beth Major isn't available today, so she does send her apologies. But this project's being delivered by two independent registered charities in the South Tees. So initially, the Mind the Gap project, the Phase 2 project, is a development, or is a development from the first phase, I guess, of what we did. And what we were doing was we were looking to provide support, or we were looking at ways to consult with young adult carers. That's typically carers aged between 15 to 25. Steve, can you give me the next slide, please? Excuse me. So why were we interested in working with young adult carers? Well, Carers Together, the charity which I'm the CEO of, is predominantly deals with adult carers 18 plus. And the Junction provides support to young carers aged 5 to 18. The Junction Carers Together have been working really closely together. So we've been able to see young carers come through the young carer services and into adult carer services. What we realised, and what we were seeing a lot of, is this disengagement from young carers. Probably at the age of around 15, they tend to fall off the radar, basically. And then they tend to pop up again at about 25. So we knew there was a gap there where these young adults or young carers were disengaging from support services between 15 and 25. We knew that there was an obvious disconnect between children's services and adult services, particularly in our region, and around any sort of systemic transition for these young carers to move into adulthood, really. So that was another reason why we decided to look at the work with young adult carers. We also knew there was a massive lack of data. So transitional carers 15 to 25, there isn't a lot of information out there. There's not a lot of outcome data out there for us to work with. And we also knew that we had a really good opportunity to do some co-production with young carers at the Junction and with young adult carers at Carers Together. So it was quite an easy decision, really, or it was quite an easy option for us to work with everybody together. Can I have the next slide, please, Steve? So within phase 1, within our first kind of scoping project, the question was really simple, and it was really around what would help young adult carers to make a successful transition into adulthood. What we did was we did what was called a participatory appraisal process around the whole co-production of this. So we, can I have the next slide, please, Steve? We asked a number of young carers, young adults who were engaging with both services. We basically asked them what would you need to support this. And what they came back with, what the young adult carers came back with really is they said they'd like a specific project for those aged 15 to 25. And it was about having people within that project who had shared experience, as if they felt they could benefit from talking. If you're 15, 16-year-old, you can benefit from talking to a peer who's maybe 25-year-old, but has gone through the whole process of transitions around young carers. So that was the answer we got in phase 1. Can I have the next slide, please, Steve? So we then did a wider consultation on this. This, by the way, this all leads up into the work in phase 2. But we did a wider consultation on this, looking around the priorities of this transitions project. And obviously you can see the priorities up there, but the ones that are highlighted are the ones that we felt we could kind of take on into the embedding projects, I guess. So the first one, as you've seen, is looking around working with education, health and social care to identify and flag these young adult carers, and also to look at developing a young adult carer passport, basically because it was time limited, and we did have the capacity to do that really as two organisations come together. So moving forward, we decided that these would be the things that we would focus on within the embedding project. Can I have the next slide, please, Steve? So the outcomes, again, around phase 1, I think is interesting. We had some quite significant outcomes, really. And what was probably the biggest outcome was around the local authority tenders. So as we were doing this project last year, the tenders were being developed for the young adult and adult, well, for young carers and adult care services across South Tees. We worked really closely with, obviously, NHS England, but also with the local commissioners, who then decided that what they would do is put that into the tender. So there's now a transition service which will be launched in April, which does stem from the work that we did with NHS England, that is now going to be rolled out with the two organisations, both ourselves and the Junction, and we'll be providing a transition service for these young people from April for the next 3 years, possibly with an extension of 2. Which is funded by the local authorities and does have stakeholders in there from health, social care and other voluntary sector. So that was the main outcome from the first kind of piece of work. The second, really, the outcome around phase 2 was around this co-production of the transitions passport. So we managed to include learning into this passport from phase 1. And we've managed to be able to give a synopsis of the young adult care story around support needs and services and provision within the passport to ensure this successful transition. Can I have the next slide, please, Steve? Here you can see just a couple of photos, really, about the young adult carers sat in a room coming up with this passport. So they've met maybe 3 or 4 times now to design the passport. So the design is, the design is pretty much finished, and the passport is probably ready to roll out within the next week or 2 when we get it back from the designers. Can I have the next slide, please, Steve? So around the transitions passport, the feedback that we got from young adult carers was really that they wanted to talk about this journey that they go on, and that it, rather than the story, because they felt it reflects really the ever-changing situation and the transitions that they've got from one stage to the next in the journey of their life. They also like the idea of this winding road through the whole passport, with signposts along the way. So if you, I suppose, if you consider this road that they go down or road that they're on in the caring journey, and signposting off to different services at specific times, which is something that they come out with. They've also come out with the branding and the marketing around that. So the final logo and design now is in production. The last draft's agreed, and I think as of last week we started to get the first draft to go to the young adults for sign off, I guess, really. So at the moment, the passport themselves really covers the description of their current transition, and it talks about their future plans and aspirations, which was something that was important that young adult carers wanted. They wanted to be able to talk about what they wanted to do and what their aspirations were. They also talked about some of the barriers that related to their caring roles, particularly around the emotional impact and access to services, and some very, very straight, some very simple, I think, simple issues that they wanted that came up as barriers that we could quite easily help to support and remove those barriers. And there was also within the passport, we talk about education, training, placements and employment, and any recommendations for those settings. Can you have the next slide, please, Steve? This is the logo that we're probably going to go ahead with. So the logo on the left, as you look at it without the purple background, we've just, well, the young adult carers have decided on this logo. This will also be the logo that will probably this will also be the logo of the new service that gets launched in April. So as you can see, we've been able to gather ahead of steam with young adults now. We've got the transition service up, and well, we will have the transition service up and running. The logo's been produced. The name of the project's been produced by these young adults. So that's where we kind of are now. Can I have the next slide, please, Steve? So around this passport, what we did was we took it to the South Tees Carers Forum, which is a forum that's made up across Redcar and Middlesbrough. It's made up of health, social care, voluntary sector, carers, all of those people that have any type of input or interest within the carers agenda. And what we did was we took the initial passport to them to receive support and buy-in from the forum. That was the forum did sort of support and adopt this passport, and then we managed to get some of the feedback from the forum into the whole sort of the new passport or the new design. Next slide, please. It's the last slide, Barry. So where we are now is we've got this passport created, and it's really about the final changes from professionals and young adult carers working together. If you can imagine, we're just facilitating this now. If there's any differences that need to be made, the market and the branding for the passport and the new service has been done, and that's now being rolled out as we run into April. And really, we've got the final approval and adoption by the South Tees Carers Forum. So when we have the final passport, which, like I say, we pretty much have now, we'll be taking this back to the forum for final ratification. And we then obviously we have the rollout, and we need to just ensure that we secure buy-in from education and other training and employment providers and health, child and adult services. So that is my presentation around the young adult carer passport. If we'd have been a week later, I'd have been able to show you the final passport, but hopefully I can get that out as well. That's me, Verity. I don't know if there's any time for questions or...
Unfortunately, we don't. It is very, very tight today, but there's some nice comments that have been coming through in the chat box, so please do keep that conversation going there. Thank you so much. That was a really, really huge amount fitted into a short space of time, so thank you so much. Steve or Verity, I can see that someone from York Carers, I think Carol, has been trying to get admitted to the meeting but hasn't managed, so I don't know if she's in yet, but we might need to just resend the link to her. But we will progress with our agenda anyway, and we will now come to the Northwest with Greater Manchester Health and Social Care Partnership and the Can You See Us project.
Great, thank you. Hi everyone, my name is Keisha and I'm from Gadim, and I'm going to talk about our embedding project, which is the LGBTQ+ Carers Network. Could I have the next slide, please? And the next one, please, sorry. Thank you. So just a reminder, our partners, Manchester Health and Care Commissioning, Gadim, which is myself, and we're also running this in partnership with the LGBT Foundation. Next slide, please. So at our last update, we were about probably 2.5 points through this project plan. So the third one and the fourth one is what we're going to focus on today. But we have now completed the development of our LGBTQ+ carers awareness training, and that's for delivery to organisations and professionals. And we've actually started delivering it as of a couple of weeks ago, which is great. Next slide, please. So just a reminder that the LGBTQ+ carers network, we meet monthly online. It's the last Tuesday of every month for 1 hour. We split it into kind of, check-ins and informal chats and just a space to share. And then also, I guess, more formal, structured around having guest speakers in, focusing on topics. But this is all decided by the carers themselves. So if there is a particular topic they'd like to hear more about, or someone in particular they'd like to kind of get in and come and speak, and also social activities as well. Next slide, please. So a bit of an update on the group itself. So as I mentioned briefly, the group was set up co-productively. So that was the name, the branding, the structure of how we actually run. This is all decided by the carers themselves. And I mentioned guest speakers. So we actually had a group last night, and our guest speaker was a welfare and benefits advisor, which was really, really good. We had the opportunity to do a bit of a Q&A format so that carers could actually bring their own situations and get answers on them. And then the group from there will decide monthly if there is a particular topic they want to focus on or another guest speaker. Also highlighted as really important by our carers was room for socials and social activities. So we ran an online social just before Christmas as kind of a bit of a festive party. And I think a massive learning for us from that was that it really helped with kind of group dynamics and group bonds. We had carers who previously have not spoken in the group and have never had their camera on when they've attended the group, but through this social, we actually had people putting their cameras on and talking, and it really, really helped develop them bonds within the group. So it's something that even, online is really important, we found. And then we're doing our first in-person social. That's actually this evening, so that's very exciting. We are, because of the nature of the group being online, it's actually open nationally, but obviously we're based in Greater Manchester and we wouldn't expect people to travel from London to come and see us. So our in-person socials, unfortunately, are kind of geographically restricted, which again is why it's so important that we kind of run alongside that the online socials as well. Just touching on promotion and recruitment. So since we were last here, we've had lots of new members sign up and attend the group from across the country as well, which is really, really good to see. Again, co-productively with the group to explore promotion. We're looking at radio advertising, and we've just had some printed promotional materials. And again, working with the group, they are kind of coming up with a bit of a target list of where they'd like these materials. Next slide, please. So this is a quote from a member of our group who has been coming from the very start. I won't read it out, I'll let you read it as I talk, but I think what's really important and what is coming through the further we get into this is that having the topics to focus on, having people coming along to give us information is really good, but actually the most important thing that's coming through is it is a safe place for LGBTQ+ carers to just be themselves and to embrace all aspects of their identity. whereas what we've found coming through is that people are having to almost separate their identity, and in some settings, you know, LGBTQ+, but the caring is not part of that. Next slide, please. So the other focus of our project has been developing and delivering LGBTQ+ carers awareness training. So this was co-designed with the group. So learning outcomes and content and the types of activities that we're doing. And this was very much around what did carers feel that healthcare professionals and organisations needed to know? What did they want them to know? And what would make LGBTQ+ carers experiences better when accessing more generic carer services. We also, as part of it, recorded some of our carers' experiences, which are a really powerful way to get that message across. And then we're looking at adding further digital stories to that. Delivery, so it's 1 hour / 90 minutes, depending on kind of discussion, via Zoom, which is effective in that, you know, we can deliver it to anyone, anywhere. We, as I say, started delivering a couple of weeks ago. We've had really good feedback from that so far. We've got scheduled with NHS teams and council teams coming up. And whilst it is delivered by staff, what was highlighted when we were developing this with the group is that carers would like the flexibility to be able to, you know, perhaps come along and just be there, or deliver a section of it, or talk about their experiences, or, you know, be present for a Q&A. But given the nature of caring, you know, that's not always possible for the carers. So we've kept it quite flexible where it can just be delivered by staff if needed. Next slide, please. I've lifted this from the training, so the animation is still on, so you might need to click and maybe again and again and again. Sorry about that. Yeah, so this is just an example of our learning outcomes and what we hope to achieve when delivering this training to organisations. Next slide, please. Again, you might need to click maybe 3 times. Yeah, thank you. Sorry, yeah, great, thank you. So this is just an activity that we deliver in the training, and don't worry, I'm not going to make anyone do it, and there's definitely not enough time, but we focus on intersectionality, and we basically are looking to highlight, and what carers wanted to highlight was this dual aspect of their identity. You know, they do identify as LGBTQ+, they also identify as a carer, and how does that intersect? How does that present challenges, etc. Next slide, please. Thank you. Yeah, so lastly, opportunities. There's our promotional poster for our training. You can sign up to receive our training if you would like. I'll put my email address in the chat and you can just get in touch with me. And then also there's the opportunity to share our group as well with your networks and carers if they would like to come along. And that's everything. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. Again, I know it's quite a challenge to race through all of that in the time that we have today, but really, really appreciate it. Nice comments still coming in the chat box, so please, as I say, do keep going with the conversation there. It's a tight agenda, so it's great that you get to interact there. So we're going to move to the east of England now, to Cambridgeshire and Peterborough STP and their work around supporting Gypsy traveller carers.
Hi everyone, so my name is Jill Noy. I'm a care awareness and voice coordinator for Caring Together. Next slide please, Steve. So Caring Together, we are a charity that support carers. We provide information, we run services in our local community and campaigns so that carers have choices. And we want to support carers to know where to go before, during and after care, and I think the support that we're trying to embed within this project is about knowing where to go for that support, as you know, when they are caring. So next slide please. So we have been focusing on Cambridgeshire and Peterborough and looking at the Gypsy, Roma and Traveller community and bridging that gap. We found really early on within our scoping that actually the best way to support this community was via the link workers, because we have a really good group of link workers that are already engaged within the community and have really trusting relationships. So we wanted to build from that. So next slide, please. So yeah, we identified right at the start of the project that literacy was a barrier for this community. So we've created an easy read document that not only provides information about what us at Caring Together can offer, but also what other caring organisations can support, so our partners locally. So we wanted to make this a collaboration so that if a carer was to receive this information, everything was in one point rather than then having to be maybe referred to other services, but they were actually able to see exactly what was on offer. So this easy read document has actually been updated since I submitted the slide. So we have now purchased some more appropriate images because that was something that was fed back to us. So that's almost ready for print and promotion. Next slide, please. So the other thing that we've recently done is the Mind the Gap workshop. So at the start of the month, we ran a workshop where we invited those link workers, those key workers that were working within the community and had those trusted relationships to kind of learn more and have better introductions to services that are available for carers. So that had a really good interest. Unfortunately, we were hoping to do it face to face, but then had to cancel. I also got COVID in that time, so it kind of got pushed back a little while as well, unfortunately. But still really good interest in that, and it was about sort of the link workers really understanding what we have to offer. So we have been doing. We have bursaries available for the community, so it was making sure that link workers were aware of these bursaries, but also how to access them as well. We also wanted to share best practice in ways to support this community, so learning from the link workers, but not just for us, but also other organisations that are supporting carers. We wanted to share ideas around the best ways to offer emergency planning. So we know that emergency planning is something that this community were wanting, but when we tried to use our model of emergency planning, it wasn't successful because we were needing information from them, such as contact details, etc., and they weren't happy to share those. So we're looking at emergency planning that we can provide as a resource, but something that they can keep themselves and be updated. So we were kind of sharing ideas, and we actually had 2 members of the community that were working as tutors that came along, so they were able to give some really good feedback into what that would look like. We're now looking at, I think we all agreed that that networking session was really useful. We want to continue that. So one of our partners, Health Watch, are running a kind of similar project with similar outcomes. So we've joined forces, and they will then take this networking forward, and I will continue to attend, but it will be really focusing on the carers in that community. So next slide, please. So the other thing that we've just arranged is to have awareness training. So we have an outside organisation delivering a 2-hour tailored presentation, which will include community members, and just looking at sort of barriers that they face having question and answer sessions. We are doing that internally, so we have our staff that are attending that work within the area, but we've also opened that up to other professionals. So we have partners that are coming, and we've had really good uptake, especially from sort of health visitors, social workers. That has also opened up more doors to promote things like our bursaries and to grow that networking session. I think this will. One of the key things has been sustainability and longevity with this project, and we wanted to make a lasting impact, hence why we're embedding that within the key workers so that this work can continue. But I think this awareness training will really add value to that as well, and hopefully bridge those gaps, even with us internally as an organisation having a better understanding of the community, how to engage with the community and their needs. So yeah, really excited about that, and great that we've had such great uptake as well. Next slide, please. Okay, so what's next for us? We are now in the process of completing and printing our Easy Read document, and we will then promote that because our partners have been involved and we have their information. They're really keen to promote that as well. So yeah, we've got a lot of interest in that, so I'm hoping that will be completed soon. As I said, the imaging, we just needed to adapt slightly to make it more appropriate, which has been done. We will continue the networking with Healthwatch and other partners, so I will still continue to be a part of that. I'm still collecting feedback from the people that attended and to kind of help shape how that looks in the future. We will be providing support to those carers that have been identified. So directly from the meeting, I was asked about bursaries, and we're looking at supporting with those. So that's real practical support for the carers within that community. So it could be helping, and somebody wants to get into an apprenticeship, for example, we can help with the tablet or to engage within learning, or it could be things like any practical support from a ramp if that's something that they need, that they haven't engaged with other services that can provide that. That's something that we can do to break down those barriers. We will also be completing our Easy Read emergency planning document and get that rolled out. I think that will be I think that will change as we get feedback as well. So we're looking at something that is wipeable, which has the information, a list of information that they need. So yeah, that's something that we're creating, but constantly getting feedback from the community as, you know, what would be the most useful and how they want that to look. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so any questions?
Great timing. Thank you. So that was really good. And as we've sort of been saying, we will keep the conversation going in the chat box, but I just wanted to really reflect back to you that your comment around the use of appropriate images really resonated, and something that we're always hearing is that if people don't recognise themselves within documents, within sort of pamphlets and images that are being put across, then it just doesn't feel like it's for them. So fantastic that you've really picked up on that and engaged with the community to get something that's absolutely right. So we're going to move on to London now, and our last presentation before a brief comfort break. So we're going to come to South West London Health and Care Partnership, who are going to be speaking about digital poverty.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Right, it's Paula Jewis from Merton Mencap. So Steve, could we have the next slide? Yeah. Just to remind you, as if people don't know who Merton Mencap might be, we're an independent charity. I think the point here is we're quite a big group, and we have 2 parent forums, and we actually support 819 parent carers altogether, and that includes people who are members of the Forum of Carers of Adults, and also members of the Forum of Carers for Children, but also parents of people who access our short break services and our adult clubs. So for such a small borough, we have a very wide reach of to carers. Okay, Steve, next slide. Okay, so actually, funnily enough, your comments just now about recognising yourself in images is actually quite fundamental to the work that we're doing on digital poverty and exclusion. And I'll come back to that in a minute, if you bear that in mind. So the phase 1, this is phase 2. So phase 1, we did some research on whether digital poverty and exclusion affected carers generally more than other people, or indeed in our borough, but and across London. So we did quite a bit of research, and we found, and we also used published research. So there's a lot of work that's been done by Lloyds and other people on this matter. So we mapped what we found against what the national published results were, and we actually found that digital poverty, which means very limited daily access to the internet, is what poverty means. It is actually more complex than perhaps a lot of people assume it is. So there's some assumptions around, oh, people don't access it because they can't afford it, or people don't access it because they haven't got a device. We actually found 6 or 7 separate drivers for being digitally poor. You know, and they included, you know, a whole range of things, including, you know, I've got to age of 70 without it. Why do I need it now? Even if I can afford it, but actually I know I would need help. And, you know, I don't think I'd be able to get that help. My family aren't around and I don't trust anybody else. There's a lot of assumptions, but one of the most concerning ones that we found was the fact that older carers also prevent their cared for person, their learning disabled adult, from accessing the internet quite often, which we called exclusion by proxy. Because they don't access it, they didn't see the need to fund their cared for person to have access either in their supported living setting or in their own home. So there were a lot, especially during COVID, we found this very problematic because there were people who were being locked away because they were essentially clinically vulnerable, but had no access to the outside world, even digitally. So we felt this was a particularly concerning problem. And one of the reasons for that is also because people felt that being on the internet is complex. It needs literacy skills and it needs fine motor skills. So there's a lack of understanding about accessibility, a lack of understanding about who can and can't use the internet and what for. Next slide, please. So one of the things we came up with in phase 2 was what we discovered is, although the reasons are complex, it's the lack of what they call a personal hook that drives this exclusion. So where people suddenly realise they do need to become more digital, then all the other barriers like access to a machine, funding, how to choose a provider, sort of drop away. People overcome these barriers. What's missing is the understanding of why they personally should become digital. And this is where the recognising yourself issue comes. So we decide, one of the recommendations was that we do some awareness work, and that could include a film, a short film which professionals could use when they go and do home visits and social care assessments and so on, the carers assessments, to just show people a short film where they might be able to see themselves and recognise themselves or recognise their care for person, and look at how the internet could change lives in a very simple way. So we're looking at 4 key messages. It changes lives, it is possible, or anybody can. I think I would rephrase that as anybody can use the internet. There are lots of purposes. You don't have to be looking at email or surfing the net. It can be used for different purposes. And that there are a range of adaptations and accessibility features. I'm very sorry I can't show you the film today. We'll talk about that in a minute. Next slide, please, Steve. So we are at the final stages of editing this film, and the case studies that we've used that are included in the film include people using the internet very simply for entertainment purposes. Another one is a non-verbal learning disabled person who uses an iPad to communicate. Another one is someone using it for jobs, getting a job. And there's someone using it for travel, and we have a carer who orders their daughter's prescriptions, a quite complex list of prescriptions, and which are then delivered to their door. So there are other things in the film as well. I think we've got an exercise at home part as well. So these were the sort of variety. This was trying to show a variety of people, young, old, people with learning disabilities, people without, people who are male and female, people with different ethnic backgrounds. So we have got a very, very wide range of people in the film. And so we're hoping that people that are digitally excluded or poor at the moment will be able to watch the film and see themselves somewhere in this film. And that will help them to understand where their personal hook might be. Okay, the next slide, please, Steve. So what we're looking for is that people will have a better understanding of how it could change their life, and as a result make a step. Now, we've discovered that almost every local authority area has a digital inclusion project, most of which is about providing access to machines and a little bit of training. And a lot of the time we're finding there isn't a big uptake. And we're hoping that what will happen with this film is that people will be able to use it in order to increase that uptake. So we're making sure people know where to go to look for those digital projects. And then it's the professionals who said they didn't feel able to, they didn't feel well trained themselves to support people as to how the internet would affect their life. So we're hoping this film will stop them from feeling they have to have that conversation, which they weren't properly trained for, and we'll just be able to show the film. The other power we think in the film is that it isn't a film that's saying you should do this and you should do that. It's a very, very passive approach, just showing lots of people doing lots of things. Okay, next slide. Thanks, Steve. That might be the end. Is there another one? Yeah. So there is a next stage, which is for us to test out whether this slide would make a difference to people. So we've got a range of people we're going to show it to start with, just to see would it affect them in how they approach getting help to become more digital. And of course, it's very important at the moment because apart from the need for digital during the COVID period, we've also got the NHS, local authorities all moving towards providing more digital services, more virtual services. We've got people in social care who've decided to continue to provide some digital clubs and activities instead of going all the way back to how they were pre-COVID. So there's an imperative in this, which if we're not careful, will, with as many people that are non-digital as there are now, we could develop a two-tier system of access to important services and clubs. So it is rather imperative, and we're hoping that this film will be used very widely to promote digital access. So thank you for that. And I look forward to showing you the film at some point.
Brilliant, thank you. And we look forward to seeing it as well. And obviously, once that is available, if you can send us a link, we will make sure that gets shared across our networks. That sounds really fantastic work. So we've caught up quite a bit of time, which is great. But now we've got time for a very brief comfort break. On the agenda, it says we'll come back at 11, but that would be 2 minutes away, so rather cruel. So can I suggest we come back and start promptly at 11:05, and then we'll get our time back over the lunch break as well. And when we come back, we will be starting talking about scoping projects. And so we'll be starting in the northwest then with Cheshire and Merseyside. So if our team from Cheshire and Merseyside are all geared and ready to go for 11:05. And enjoy your quick comfort break. Leg stretch and let the dog out. All right, see you in a few minutes.
Hi, Caro.
It's still saying she's being admitted on my screen. She's having some real troubles getting in and out.
Yeah, I think she's having issues because she's popping up, but then twice, then disappearing again. I'm not sure what's up.
I can see her actually in the meeting as well, which is
On the list,
confusing. Yeah. Anyway, we are 11:05. Does it look like we've got people back?
I think it's just me and you.
No, I've got faces appearing. Welcome back, everybody. So hopefully we have everyone back in the room now. Thank you for coming back so promptly. And we are going to move quickly to our team from the Northwest, from Cheshire and Merseyside, to talk about their programme of work with veteran carers.
Hello everyone, it's Kate from Cheshire and Warrington Carers Trust. So we support unpaid carers across Cheshire and Warrington. Our project Courage to Care focuses on armed forces and veterans families, so the carer can be the cared for, the person with care needs, or the carer. Our project's in conjunction with Cheshire West and Chester Council and the Cheshire Clinical Commissioning Group. Next slide, please. So why armed forces and veterans? We're really coming across that it's an under-supported group within our locality, and it's part of a strategy. So we want to increase understanding for this group. And the Royal British Legion are saying that working at age X service community is almost twice as likely to have an unpaid caring responsibility for a family member, a friend or neighbour, to 23% compared to 12%, which is very compelling for this group. Next slide, please. So when looking at the carer picture, some very interesting stats also from the Royal British Legion. 71% reported a negative impact on their mental health, 50% physical health, 9% had been able to take a break from the caring role, so really low numbers. 4% of carers caring for a veteran had been able to take a break from the caring role, again very low numbers. And 1 in 4 of serving carers felt they are currently unable to balance their caring responsibility with their military career. And 2 in 5 had not received any support in the last 2 years. So this for us cemented the reason why this project was so important. Next slide, please. So we are currently in the engagement and learning part of the project, the scoping project. Next slide, please. So as part of this engagement and learning, we have been reaching out and networking absolutely everywhere and anywhere to reach out to groups, agencies and carers who are veterans and armed forces community. We spoke to other Mind the Gap armed forces and veterans projects, and that's been really helpful, and we've got more of that as well so that we can join together our learning as part of this project. And from that has come that we've joined the Armed Forces Covenant. So we have pledged to support the Armed Forces community in our area. We are in the process of mapping the services across our area. So what that will mean is that we'll be able to provide a resource for anybody who's in that community and from other organisations. What we found when we've been networking is we were getting to the point where when we are speaking to groups, there are no new leads. So they're saying, have you spoken to, have you spoken to, have you spoken to? And we're going yes, yes, and yes. So this is really positive. So we're putting all that together in the mapping process. We've spoken to veterans who are carers as well, recorded the information that they're coming back with. and I went along to a British Legion Breakfast Club with about 20 veterans as well, and spoke to that group, which was a very positive experience. We've interviewed carers, we've produced a case study, and we're looking at the training packages that are available. The Health England training package we're looking at. There's also a University of Chester training package, which is around the veterans and armed forces. So we are having a look at that to see what we can incorporate into our service training, so that when armed forces veterans do come and reach out to us, or that we're working with them, there's that understanding as well. So if we could have the next slide, please. So when talking with the veterans, we're coming across some common messages, which are really interesting. So the veterans aren't hard to find is what's coming back. They're out there, you just have to look. But a number of them have been let down from other services, and so there's a reluctance and a scepticism out there as well in some cases. There seems to be a very strong support network as well, which was encouraging to see, that there was that strength and resilience there. There was very much the message of Civis Street is not like being in the armed forces, and that adjustment period was quite difficult for the people leaving the armed forces, and they described it as being in a bubble. So what we're doing now with speaking with the carers is exploring what that means in real terms around services and accessing services. There was such a pride in the group that about their skills and their work ethic, and that really shone through as well. So we'll incorporate that into the learning as well. There was, whilst the veterans and armed forces community had such pride around their resilience and their ability to adapt, there was that kind of feeling that some slipped through the net, and there was a worry there. So that they were very strong on wanting the transition to be smooth. There was the GP service seems quite key in accessing support. However, since I wrote this presentation, I've had some feedback that actually the veterans and armed forces, when they're leaving, that the GP, they're not always signing on to the GP, so there's some learning there as well. And there is the knowledge that there is there is help out there, and they know it's there. So when we're looking now to next steps, I've got another breakfast meeting on Saturday to speak to some more veterans. What really shone out last time was that they were very open about their caring responsibilities, spoke about it so eloquently and were so openly with me in the group in various conversations. The next stage was very important about accessing support. There's still more work there, and whether outreach or something that needs to be an ongoing relationship rather than just going in and speaking to them the first time. There was an openness, but a kind of reluctance to take it further. And in fact, one veteran I've spoken to described how the term carer didn't sit comfortably with her. And that it was about the relationship with the person was so strong. So that's going to be reflected on within our findings as well. We're going to still try and get into the third breakfast club in our patch and speak to them, and we are working on in talks with the Royal British Legion, their PR and policy departments, to have a conversation with them. One of the people that I've been in email contact with and was just trying to get a date is the person who wrote the carers and Armed Forces veterans document that I've quoted in this presentation as well. In our patch, we've got Dale Barracks with 180 homes, so I'm working with another professional to try and get our message across there as well, and make the inroad with the current serving veterans, current serving armed forces community that we have in our area. We would love to work with the NHS to get a carer story out there as well, so that's something we're working on, and we're still following up all the leads that are coming to us on a daily basis. They're coming through thick and fast, and it'll be great to pull it all together at the end. So I'm really looking forward to finishing off this project and moving it forward in the future. I think that's it. Is that my last slide? Yeah, just got the remainder of the project like we all have, and looking forward to getting it out there.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Kate. And another really interesting area. I know we've got some more armed forces stuff coming up later, but there was a lot that you said that has resonated with our experiences, the diversity in terms of ages of veterans now, because people serve for very different lengths of time, but also that shift to serving personnel who also have caring responsibilities, and how geared up primary care is to actually cope with that, particularly if they're accessing medical defence health services rather than universal primary care. So really interesting. Thank you. So keeping up our frenetic pace, we're going to move to the southeast next and to Frimley, that's okay, and their work around supporting people from South Asian communities.
Yeah, wonderful. I want okay, so I'm not going to take too much time because I think we are. This is a very much an exploratory project, if you like, initiative, and I will just walk you through it a little bit. So my name is Prince Obike. I work for NHS Frimley CCG, and I'm also employed by the local authority, which is quite unique. And it does offer opportunities, which I think this project also offers. So just setting the scope of context, so we are NHS Frimley CCG serves a population of about 900,000. I am based in the place, so we have 5 places in Frimley, and one of those places is the Royal Borough of Windsor Maidenhead, which is where I primarily focus my work. And we have a population of about 150, just over 150,000, and about almost 10% of those are classified as Asian or Asian British. The reason why we embarked on this work was we have one of the staff that we employ in local authority works exclusively with Black and minority ethnic communities carers, and they had identified that there was quite some gap there. So when I started with the organization, I thought that was something that needed to be looked at, and I have to say the opportunity to do so almost was handed to me when Mind the Gap was I was alerted to the opportunity that Mind the Gap could offer. So it gave me a chance to then look and say, well, actually, maybe we should do something here. Now, actually, there was a much wider piece of work we want to look around carer support that we provide to people for carers who are living in the Royal Borough. But I thought this would be a good start and form almost like a blueprint. So, but what we do not, basically, I mean, this project, if you like, is to find out what we don't know, basically, and so we don't know how many carers of South Asian background we have. Now, we didn't look at the whole Black and ethnic minority carers because it was just too big, and the time scale that the project afforded us meant that we just couldn't do that. But we could look at this as a section of the BAME community, if you like. and we don't have any information about that. And so this was an opportunity for us to actually find out, how many there are and whether or not we are actually meeting their needs. So the objective was really to find out, how many, are we meeting their needs? And if are there any additional specific needs that South Asian carers have? So the key question, I always think whenever you're approaching this exploratory type of activity, you should always have a key question in your mind. And so our key question was, do South Asian carers have additional specific needs which are not currently being met by the services, by the carer services that we commission, and therefore that are available in the borough. And so that was, and then the good thing is that we were been able to do some kind of desktop work, and we were able to, as part of our kind of taking this forward, we were able to engage with the local health watch, which is really fabulous. And also the other good thing is, and obviously because of my joint role, we were able to also engage the local authority. And so basically, it's a tripartite, if you like, piece of work, because both the local authority, the CCG, and the Health Watch are both committed to doing this work. Health Watch are actually doing the real kind of field work, if you like. But the good thing is that whatever comes out from this piece of work is being reported at effectively the highest level through the governance mechanism that we have in place. So through what we call the Integrated Care Board, which kind of oversees all our integrated initiative and work that are happening between the local authority and the CCG. And they report directly to the Health and Wellbeing Board, who just so happen, these are all kind of opportunities that are just emerging as we go along. It just so happens that they are also focusing on carers as part of the local health and care strategy. And also, so we have had some really good. Now, I guess one of the key things that have emerged. So we're currently in the stage of doing the field work, and so a number of surveys have been sent out, and we're now engaging in interviews. So and we will find out the kind of the demographics of the carers in the borough, South Asian carers, as those work develop. So there's not really a huge deal to tell you in terms of what's coming out, because the field work is ongoing, like I said. But just by way of for your interest, these are some of there's some publications. So if you can go to the next slide, please. Okay, so this is just to give you an idea of the survey that's gone out, and I really like what Health Watch have done here, because they have really gone out and they've designed some lovely kind of communication that will go out far and wide to as many across the borough, really. One of the things I have been doing is encouraging anyone that's really falls into my network, our staff, my team members, etc., just to disseminate this survey and the posters, etc., widely. Because, like I said, we don't know where the South Asian carers are. So actually what we need to do is make sure that we communicate with them as far and wide as possible. And then hopefully they will come forward and we'll find out who they are. And then we'll be able to find out exactly how much of their needs were being met. Obviously, in addition to that, we have some focus group where we have identified some people we can meet with. And this is just to give you an idea, a flavor of it. And next slide, please. Okay, so the survey is in 4 different languages, okay, and which I think is really showing just how much we understand at least the South Asian population in the borough, their language needs, and how we can try and make sure that they are able to access the survey and know what we're doing and to be able to feed back. Next slide, please. And so there's various, again, I think this is again a lovely piece of communication from Health Watch, where they're making it possible that basically anyone who want to contribute to the survey can do so with various means. And the next slide just shows the sort of poster code. So next slide, please. Just gives an idea of some of the communication that's gone out there and how we're trying to reach all ages. So it doesn't really matter who you are, as long as you identify as South Asian and you have and you feel like you feel like you're a carer or a carrier of somebody of some type, then we want to hear from you. And the next slide as well, please. Okay, so again, and the last slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay, so again, just like I said, it was going to be a very quick presentation just to let you know that, you know, the journey that we are on at the moment. And we just, again, just for your interest, for those people who might be interested, or in fact, those people who are listening, who might fall within the scope of the work we're doing, I'll put a link there for you to go and see basically what it is that we're doing and how we're kind of calling for people to come and get involved. So you can access that, and it might be of interest to you. But again, feel free to kind of complete that and let us have your information. So like I said, we're currently in the field work and we're gathering data, and then soon we will be able to kind of write up what we have found. And there will be a local discussion in our integrated care board to look at what is coming out and how we wish to take that forward. And that would then, that report would then submit it to NHSEI. I guess the key for me is once we have found out the information is where we go next with it. And the great thing is that the integration board will be able to take that forward as part of our wider piece of work to look at carer support across RBWM. That's the Royal Borough of Windsor Maidenhead. Just for your interest, we have a vision for being able to provide carer support for all our residents in the Royal Borough. And this is just one of the, if you like, this will serve as a blueprint in our journey in doing so. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Prince. I think we need to bottle and sell your enthusiasm and passion, because I think you could give us all a lift. Really great to hear about the work you've been doing, and really, I think, positive to see you starting out from that very honest perspective of we don't know what we don't know. So actually going in with a really purposeful question to try and understand what the needs of that local community are. So thank you so much. So we're going to move on again and heading back up to the north, to the northeast, the Northeast and North Cumbria ICS, talking about their peer-based research, again looking at carers of people with drug and alcohol misuse. Thank you.
Thanks. We can actually go straight onto the second slide if that's all right. Thank you. So yeah, my name's Nick and I'm talking on behalf of South Tyneside Council and First Contact Clinical today. So the bid was co-developed between both the local authority, ourselves, public health and a number of the VCSE providers in the area. First Contact Clinical, who I work for, are the organisation that took forward the piece of work. So back in November, when we all came together last time, we shared with you what the plans were, what we intended to do. So the bit of work that we are doing is around understanding the needs of carers of people with drug or alcohol misuse issues. And we shared with you at the time the reason why we wanted to do that. And that's because we know they're an underrepresented group. So for us, it was about understanding why that is the case, what are the kind of barriers and issues that group faced, what matters to them, and what we needed to do in terms of meeting their support needs. Next slide, please. So we shared with you our original kind of aim with that was to do some peer-based research. So that included kind of recruiting volunteers into the project that we then train with a range of kind of skills. They would then go out and kind of do the research for us, so speak to people in the community, speak to people with those same kind of shared experiences. And the reason for that was really about kind of it being led from the community rather than being led from a service, and those people potentially being able to make the connections that as a organisation that might not have that built up trust and rapport with the community, that, you know, those individuals would be able to ask questions that we weren't able to, and gather information that we might not have access to. What you'll find in the slides following is we've had some difficulties, shall we say, around the recruitment and around getting people to kind of deliver that much of an ask. So in addition to kind of the peer-based research, we've also held a number of focus groups. We've been doing kind of some one-to-one stuff with people who have been identified through a number of our partners. And we've also generated a survey which we shared via a number of different avenues, and via a QR code as well. So we've really tried to do kind of lots of different types of work to try and get people engaged in the project. Next slide, please. So, as I've mentioned, we did face a number of challenges with that. So, our usual methods of engagement would probably have been much more assertive, and we would have been much more kind of on the street and actually, you know, seeing people on a face-to-face basis. Had we not had the restrictions imposed by COVID, we were really kind of fortunate that in November we managed to do an actual face-to-face focus group before we were then impacted by the Omicron variant, and we ended up back kind of working from home again. So we were able to kind of do some stuff face-to-face, but we were really limited in kind of the methods that we could use to engage with people. We've also found that there's been sort of like a double impact of COVID. So not only has that affected how we're able to try and engage with people, the people that we want to engage with themselves have been impacted in terms of having increased care and responsibilities. So therefore their kind of capacity to get involved has been reduced. So there's been, you know, kind of a double impact from a COVID perspective. I think as well, it's fair to say that we underestimated the stigma surrounding this particular group of carers. So whilst we kind of anticipated that there was a level of stigma and that would affect people getting involved, one of the things that we kind of really didn't anticipate was that the self-perpetuating stigma that we have kind of learnt about. So we found that individuals who are in that kind of role almost have a level of kind of shame and embarrassment that they put upon themselves. It's not just put upon by other people. So their kind of ability to kind of come forward and talk about their experiences isn't just impacted by kind of the kind of stigma from others, but also their own kind of thoughts and perceptions about their role. And that's kind of one of the main learning points, which I'll kind of go on to. As a number of kind of the other projects have mentioned, and what we, you know, find across the board is that identifying as a carer has been an issue. So the next slide, I'll show you some of the kind of communications that we tried to use in the beginning that really just didn't land because we were using terminology such as carer, which people didn't identify with. So we have had to kind of really change the language that we've used to try and get that engagement. We also found that there was kind of differing priorities as well. So when we've had contact with people who've got engaged in the project, a lot of those people have come to us in a state of not necessarily crisis, but wanting support because they've kind of, you know, seen something that we've put out there, and that's maybe been the first thing they've seen that's really targeted them as an audience. So they've kind of latched onto that and come to us, and it's been more about what can you do for me rather than what they can do for us. So some of the individuals that we have connected with haven't really been in a position to engage in a research context because they've actually needed some support for themselves before they're able to do that. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, our initial communications were very much kind of aimed at carers. So you'll see, you know, the first sentence there was, "Are you caring for?" And obviously we kind of were looking for people caring for those with substance misuse issues. You'll see that we were doing some veterans work as well. So you'll see that's why that's included on the kind of first communication there. In addition to the kind of terminology, the ask as well around peer-based research maybe was too much. So we were asking too much of people initially to kind of be able to get involved in the research. So we sent out a second version, as you can see, which was a little bit more, or tried to be a little bit more kind of inclusive in terms of who those individuals might be, and also the ask of them. So, you know, we took that peer-based research element out, and we just kind of said, look, we want to hear from you in any which way that kind of you're able to get involved. We then kind of learned that the carers themselves might not kind of, because of the identification issues and kind of some of the other barriers, might not be who we need to target, but more the cared for individuals. So I think, again, that's something that's come out from some of the other projects, is that the carers don't necessarily look for support or engage with support for themselves, however, might be identified or offered that via the cared for individual. So the kind of last bit of recent communications that we did was more through those gatekeepers. So it was aimed at the people with the drug or the alcohol issues, to then kind of, can we connect with some of the people that are in your support network? So we've tried a range of different kind of methods to engage with people, as you can see. Next slide, please. So in terms of where that communication went, so we attempted the recruitment through approximately 40 different avenues. So that included organisations locally that were already working with carers, organisations that were working with people with substance misuse issues, so that kind of gatekeeping element, our local BCSE organisations, primary care, secondary care. In particularly, we did some work with pharmacies. So what we did is we worked with pharmacies to understand which medications people with drug or alcohol misuse issues might be more likely to receive. And we actually put some kind of little cards into those prescription bags. So it was very, very targeted at a particular audience of people. So we kind of, like I say, kind of used a range of different methods to try and engage individuals. Next slide, please. So despite the barriers that we faced, as I mentioned before, we did manage to deliver a face-to-face focus group. We've had 8 individuals that have engaged with us, either through that focus group or through one-to-ones, even through email as well. We have connected a number of those individuals in for ongoing support. And despite the difficulties that we faced and the kind of original aim of the project not necessarily coming to fruition, we've learned so much. We've probably actually learned more than we would have done had it actually kind of worked out the way that we'd planned. A lot of the kind of barriers that we've faced in terms of engaging people in the research are obviously transferable in terms of how we engage those individuals in support services generally. So a lot of the learning is transferable into some of the embedding kind of suggestions that we've got for the project. Next slide, please. So in terms of kind of that major learning, there's a lot of the stuff that we've learned that could apply to kind of all carers, not necessarily just specifically to this cohort. And it'll be stuff that probably people around on the screen today are already aware of. So things like not being able to share information too many times. So just having the offer to carers out in as many places as possible, in as many different ways as possible. And being able to meet the carers where they are, so that real flexibility about kind of what it is they need and how we can come to them to offer that support, rather than that being, well, we've got this support group at this time on this day and you can either attend or you can't. We also found that the need for support doesn't end when the caring responsibilities end. So when individuals have maybe passed away or kind of things have happened that caring role is no longer there, the kind of need for support potentially still exists for some individuals. We've learned a lot about how learning and education can support individuals in their caring role. So understanding what it is that they can do to better support that individual, understanding how the system and services work. So it's not necessarily just a case of that kind of shared peer, kind of support, but also some real education around the person that they're caring for. As I mentioned, they're unlikely to actively seek support. So it's more often through the cared for person that people have been connected into services. I've mentioned already about not underestimating the stigma around this particular cohort. So we've kind of, that was one of the big pieces of learning that's come out of this. We also heard that lived experience is key, and one of the quotes that we heard was empathy isn't enough. So that wasn't just around the people and kind of that peer support, but also the professionals involved in that as well. Is that kind of, you know, generic carers services, kind of the professionals in those services who didn't necessarily have that lived experience, whilst completely empathetic, didn't necessarily have that level of understanding that people really would benefit from and really needed. And we also learned a lot about specific needs for this cohort that might not apply to other carers. So in particular, there was a financial aspect. So we learned about individuals paying for bills, paying for food, for clothes, for that cared for individual, because of, you know, potentially them spending their money on alcohol or drugs, which then had a bigger financial impact on the carer than you would maybe expect generally carers to kind of experience. Next slide, please.
Nick, I'm really sorry. I'm afraid we're going to have to stop you there because we're
Okay.
running over time. Obviously, all the slides will be made available afterwards, and it's been great to see some of the conversation going in the chat box about this. I think it's struck a chord with a lot of people, this subject, so definitely a lot more to talk about. So huge apologies for cutting you off, but we do now need to move on to our next presentation. So we're going down south again to Southwest, and our Dorset, who will be talking about their work around armed forces veteran carers. All right, Chris, we can't hear you. You might need to unmute.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, good morning, everybody. Christopher Beale from Prama, a charity down here in Dorset, and our project covers Bournemouth, Christchurch and Poole conurbation, and also the Shire of Dorset. And we're working principally with three partners, the Veterans Hub and the Defence Medical Welfare Service and the NHS CCG down here. Next slide, please. Our aims are very, very straightforward. Like a lot of the projects, we want to learn more about the needs, the aspirations, the cultural issues, the backgrounds of carers from the armed forces community. And particularly, we want to understand what works for them and what doesn't. Next slide, please. And then we want to convert this into action. So particularly we're looking at two things. I mean, obviously how we can deliver more effective services, but also how we can develop the role of veterans and carers in the design and delivery of those services. Next slide, please. And like Kate was outlining from the project with veterans up in Cheshire, our project is developed far beyond now the original partners to this, and it's been one of the benefits of it. So there are carers involved, there are veterans involved, there's other organisations involved, and we're learning a lot. One of the key things we've done is we've successfully surveyed 202 carers from the armed forces community. A bit of health warning on that. What we discovered is not all the respondents were carers, but some of them were actually the cared for person answering on behalf of the carer, which I'll return to later, but I think it's an interesting twist about how inextricably linked the carer and cared for person is, and that's been a theme of, I think, all the presentations this morning. But here are some of the key headlines from this survey. So 202 local carers down here from the armed forces community, and 50% of the respondents said they're getting enough support and 50% said no. Next slide, please. And this is very much mirroring the general population of carers, and also that report from the Royal British Legion, which Kate from Cheshire highlighted earlier. So 67% of respondents said that being a carer has had a negative impact on their physical and mental health. And then also the awareness of support is very low. So 38% of respondents said yes about being aware of support, which again mirrors the general population, but also the Royal British Legion report. It's a little bit nuanced around these the people who said about the negative impact on their health, because there's a number of comments about how some carers recognise that as their caring goes on, probably the worst is going to get for them. So even though they're feeling quite healthy now, they recognise from friends, from their own experiences, that it's probably going to get worse. So there's a broad awareness there. And then next slide, please. And we asked about whether they were registered as carers and also registered as veterans with their GP practices. And again, sorry. And again, it's 50-50, about 50% are and 50% aren't. And so we've got some immediate action to take. Number one, with our CCG colleagues, with our primary care colleagues. And one of the benefits at the moment is that we've got another colleague in another charity who's doing a lot of work with GP practices about getting them veteran friendly, which is part of a national accreditation scheme with the Royal College of General Practitioners. I think some of the key learning we're taking from this, though, is not just these statistics. It's what people are telling us through case studies and our conversations directly with veterans and carers. And just highlighting something which has come up probably in not only Kate's presentation, but also interestingly in the ones about addiction. And it goes back to that point about how the experience of the carers are sometimes inextricably linked, unfortunately, with the experiences of the cared for person. And particularly amongst the armed forces community, not all, so I don't want to generalize, but there is a significant barrier for some people to actually see that they're ill, or they've got injuries, or they've got mental health issues. And so just to give you an anecdote to pick this out, and we need to obviously do more research on this, but there's a difference amongst age groups. So the older the veteran, sometimes the less likely they're going to see mental health as an issue and want to talk about it. Nowadays in the military, there's a lot more talk about mental health, but there's still a long way to go. So for example, we were with some veterans yesterday, including a guy who served in Afghanistan and Iraq. And if you're not familiar with this, what happens when they're coming back from active service is they spend a couple of weeks in Cyprus or another area like that, basically to detoxify them from the battlefield. And he said the challenges he experienced with his friends is that they'd lost two of their comrades out in Afghanistan who died. They didn't want to talk about it at the time whilst they were in Afghanistan because they were on active service. And they didn't want to talk about it in Cyprus either because they just wanted to enjoy themselves. You know, they got out of the battlefield area and they didn't want to actually reflect on that with counsellors there. And in a sense, they've never got round to it. They talk about it, but he says they quickly move on from it. So this whole ability of people to actually stop and actually reflect on their needs is actually stymied by directly from sometimes their experiences in the military. And we've heard similar stories. So, for example, the sergeant was telling us about how in his regiment, it was just very, very difficult to actually report ill. And he's carried that sense of actually it's you know, you just don't talk about illness into his civilian life, even though he suffers from PTSD. And then lastly, and further things we'll have to investigate with the carers and with the veterans, is self-image, the ability for the cared for person to see that they're ill can be complicated by which units they served in. Sometimes the more elite unit they served in, they're less likely, they want, you know, they just see that they have to cope. And likewise officers as well. And sometimes the non-commissioned officers like sergeants and sergeant majors. And this obviously has a huge impact on the carer themselves because a number of carers have said to us, the cared for person, the person I'm caring for, just doesn't want any outside support. And there's a lot of talk about stigma. So just like our colleagues talking about the addiction as well. So that's just some of our learning. Next slide, please. So just in conclusion, what we're doing is we recognise that we have to do a lot more awareness raising with our statutory colleagues in the NHS and then in adult social care. We have to do a lot more awareness raising amongst voluntary organisations about the needs of this community, but we also have to do a lot more just talking, networking within the armed forces community as well. And I think as Kate highlighted and others, we have to do more work with the military about raising awareness of these issues within serving personnel, and we've actually supported a number of serving personnel with their caring responsibility. Just lastly, we've got a meeting next week with NHS colleagues and veterans and carers to talk about next steps. We want to do some work pretty soon with carers leads as well at GP practices. And last but not least, just two issues. We've already decided with our principal partners we're going to do more fundraising because we've got that opportunity as charities to do so, because we think we've now opened this Pandora's box of need. We have to do our best to meet it, so we're planning some good applications. We also really pleased that we've got a fantastic network of partners down here now, and that mirrors Kate's experiences in Cheshire. And then just last but not least, a big issue as well is just not all veterans want to identify with the military as well. So I have pretty generalised that all of them do want to network, but some of them also want to put it behind them. And so that's going to be an important consideration as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chris. Really interesting. And again, a lot that resonates with us from our experiences of working with armed forces communities. And it feels like you're making connections as the morning goes through with other colleagues as well. And I think we have more for you as the day goes on. So we're going to bob back up north now to the northwest for Lancashire and South Cumbria, who are going to speak about their project working with children who care.
Hello everybody, my name's Sam Kirkbride. I work at Blackpool Carers Centre as a young carers support worker. Next slide please. Thank you. So a little bit about who we are. So we are a charity based in Blackpool. We, as an organisation, we support all unpaid carers, but me specifically, I work with children from age 5 to 16 who are providing unpaid care for a relative or a loved one. We provide specific one-to-one support for the child as well as whole family support. We offer respite opportunities for the children through youth clubs and trips and activities. And then we also offer, within the kind of wider support, we offer benefits advice, access to grants and volunteer opportunities. Next slide, please. So I think a lot of people have covered this from what I've been listening to anyway. So it's probably not new to a lot of you. Many individuals do not recognise themselves as a carer, that's as an adult or as a child, and they're not aware of the support they're entitled to. The most recent statistics say as many as 1 in 5 secondary school children provide practical and or emotional support for somebody at home. And in Blackpool specifically, there are around 16,000 unpaid carers from the last census. We are waiting for the results of the latest one. And awareness raising is a huge part of our role, and just getting the word out. So I work quite closely with the local schools. We do assemblies, we do staff training, all around raising awareness of these children. And another reason why we support is to improve the health and well-being of carers, to ensure there's no inappropriate levels of care. Next slide, please. So the reason, kind of what we aim to do in the project, so we know there are many adult carers and young carers that may live within the armed forces community. And I think families, they don't recognise that their children is taking on a caring role, and coming to kind of some of the barriers later on in the presentation. The stigma around the child being a carer sometimes is even more so than an adult recognising they're a carer. And when we're doing awareness raising either with professionals or with members of the community, we try and focus on the fact that a carer is not just somebody who does practical tasks. It is a large part of a caring role, but it's not everything. So a child might take on a more emotional caring role, and we look at the impact that caring role can have on that child rather than just the practical side. So we wanted to focus on the identification of finding young carers within the armed forces community, and create that understanding of the impact of a caring role as well. Next slide, please. So building on from that, our aims were to build positive relationships with other local services which support members of the armed forces community, to adapt our awareness raising resources to include the support we provide to this community, and to adapt our incoming and outgoing literature around asking the question if family members are a part of that armed forces community as well. Next slide, please. So some of the barriers, again, I think from listening to everybody, we've had some similar barriers. So when we first started the project, our first thoughts were to go to the local army barracks, which is probably about 6 minutes away from our building. However, when we reached out to them and kind of started the talks around this project, we learnt that the whole barracks actually falls just outside of Blackpool. So we were unable, our plan was to go in and be based there for, you know, once a week or once every other week to support the community who live on the barracks. However, we were unable to. However, they do have our all our literature, all our information. We've built contacts with the barracks as well, so that if there are any families leaving the barracks to go and live in Blackpool, they can kind of direct them to us. So we then looked at going and awareness raising within the local support groups, so coffee mornings. I know the local football club do like a football session for veterans, so that was the next thing we wanted to do. However, I learned from that a lot of the veterans who access that support are older and very much unlikely to have children that fell in the under 16 category. We do have our team who work with adult carers have great relationships with those support groups, so they will in turn direct, if there are children under 16, direct them to our team as well. So we then moved on to building relationships with local services that support adults with specific physical or mental health needs. So we thought it was really difficult because we're trying to find something so specific within an already very specific group. So every other week during our team meetings, we have a service come in and we chat to them about who we are, we get to know them, and that's how we build our relationships. And we've learned that before this project, we used to have services come in who support children, which we still do, but we've now expanded that and we have services come in that also support adults. And the reason we've done that is so those services can help identify these young carers as well. And we've actually, since this presentation went in, we've had one of those meetings with a kinship charity. So they support special guardians for children who've been removed from parents, and we've had a referral in quite recently actually from them. So it is working, which is great. Next slide, please. So what we've achieved so far. So our first kind of task we wanted to do was to get that question out there to our to the community, to people who have been referred into the service. So we adapted all our referral forms and parental consent forms as well. So the question is on there now, and we ask, is there a member of the family within the armed forces or who has previously served in the armed forces? Since this presentation went in, we did have 6 families. We now have 7 after that other referral. They've been identified. And I'll give you a little example, a bit of a case study. So we had a little girl who was 6 who was referred into our service. She lived at home with her dad. There was just those 2 at home. He had a leg amputation after previously serving in the armed forces. He also really struggled with his mental health. She would help get his medication, go to the local shop, which was just across the road for him. They lived on a second floor flat as well. She'd help with his prosthetic, and she'd just provide that emotional support to him. And she was referred into us. She had a young carers assessment. It was identified that she was actually coping really well. However, we thought Dad could just do with a bit more support. So he was went down the adult social care route and got some support with that, and she was able to access our service and come to the youth clubs, and we managed to access funding for taxis as Dad didn't drive. At Christmas we were also able to access a grant to get them some Christmas presents and some Christmas shopping as well, some food shopping. And she now comes to our youth club. She has that time for herself. She's made some new friends because she was very isolated at home. So yeah, we'll continue to offer the one-to-one and wider family support to the families who are referred into our service. We're building those positive relationships with other agencies as well, which is great. And I think for me, that's what I've learnt the most. My knowledge was quite limited of the armed forces community before this project. And I'm building on that, which is great. I feel like I've learnt a lot. Again, with schools, I work with local schools quite a lot, and so do some of my colleagues, and it's all about those conversations. We're having those conversations with schools, with the children themselves during assemblies, and yeah, extended our learning, shared this across our organisation. So like I said before, we work really closely with our adult team as well, who support adult carers. And I think that's everything. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Samantha. That's really good. I appreciate that's a lot to cram into a short amount of time, but really powerful case study as well, showing the impact on that particular family. So great. So on to our last presentation before we break for lunch. I'm sure we're all gearing towards that stretch and move around again. So we're going to come back down south and to Frimley Health again. They've been doing their work and then more. That's a different slide up there, Steve, to what I've got. Should be going to Frimley Health and their Courage for Carers.
Thank you for inviting us to present today. My name's Katie Humphrey and I'm the Carers Lead at Berkshire Healthcare. I'm joined by colleagues from our Veterans Mental Health and Wellbeing Service and Gemma Proctor from the Ripple Pond.
I think you're going to have to click it, Steve, each time it's got an audio.
Thank you for inviting us to present today. My name's Katie Humphrey and I'm the Carers Lead at Berkshire Healthcare. I'm joined by colleagues from our Veterans Mental Health and Wellbeing Service and Gemma Proctor from the Ripple Pond, our charity partner on this project. Our project is called Courage for Carers, and it's aimed at friends, family and carers supporting veterans. Our veteran mental health and wellbeing services are offered as part of Operation Courage. We are commissioned to provide services across Berkshire, Hampshire, the Isle of Wight, Oxfordshire and Buckinghamshire. Whilst our trust covers 2 ICS footprints, our bid was submitted via Frimley Health and Care. The aim of our project was to gather feedback on the attitudes and experiences of friends, families, relatives or unpaid carers who support armed forces veterans who access or who could potentially access our dedicated NHS mental health service. Our service is for service leavers and for reservists too. Based on carer feedback, we plan to develop materials and resources which would be helpful, informative and increase care engagement with our teams and services. The first step of our project was to recruit carers to engage with us. As you can see from the list on the slide, we used a variety of networks to contact carers supporting veterans. We were keen to engage with carers who may not have heard of our services or had any experience of them, as well as engaging with friends, family and carers of veterans accessing our services. The Ripple Pond were invaluable in helping us engage with carers. They provided us with access to their members and proactively promoted our project. We also used other networks and contacts through our peer support workers and our own staff network. We promoted the project through network meetings, emails and social media channels. We circulated a promotional flyer with a link to an electronic questionnaire, and we hoped that the digital questionnaire would encourage engagement as it was quick and easy to complete. Our engagement with our carers was twofold.
I think you're going to have to flick the slide, Steve, because it's not moving on.
Which gave us a lot of... So, who took part? Well, we had 16 respondents. 15 of them were female and 1 was male. Our age range spanned from 30 to 68 years. Most of the participants were either the partner or the spouse of the veteran, and 1 was a child of a veteran, albeit that they were an adult over 18. The services represented were 8 from the Army, 5 from the Navy and 3 from the Air Force. 1 respondent had also served themselves. In relation to ethnicity, all respondents were white, 14 were white British and 2 were white from any other background. Sexual orientation was all heterosexual straight. In relation to disability impairment, 5 said that they did have some sort of disability or impairment, and this was a combination of mental or physical health issues such as mobility, hearing impairment or long-term conditions. 10 did not declare any type of disability or impairment, and 1 preferred not to say. In relation to the care they provided, it was often a combination of psychological and emotional or practical and physical support. It was interesting to note that the quantity and duration of the care was often long-term support, the majority providing care for more than 5 years, some 3 to 5 years, and 1 person for 1 to 2 years. And 5 people declared that they supported their veteran for more than 50 hours per week. We reviewed the qualitative data and we
The next slide, Steve, sorry.
We reviewed the qualitative data and we identified 4 emerging
My dad
themes.
has been out of the army for 20 years, but he still very much considers himself a soldier. You see my dad off when he talks to someone where he feels they
I
should
think
be.
we can safely say this isn't working.
Yeah.
What we'd done is we basically got the quotes from the carers, and what we tried to do is narrate them on it, but it's obviously not working with the shared what do you call it, across the screens, because I don't have control. So I don't know why the slides aren't moving on, but the audio's gone on and then it's all overlaid. So I suppose, is it best if we just if I just talk through the slides, but
The second theme
you don't share the audio, Steve, I guess?
NHS services. Our carers' feedback reiterated that they wanted to be involved, but they didn't know how to access services or the right questions to ask or what to expect. So they felt that things like an outline of the usual steps or processes about how to access care would be helpful, who they could contact in the first instance, that sort of thing would be really beneficial. They also wanted to emphasise that when you're starting to look for help, you don't necessarily know what your veteran is suffering from, and you can't always ask the right questions. They also wanted to be more involved, and there was sometimes an issue around understanding confidentiality and consent to share information. Carers' experiences of accessing NHS services had generally been poor, with several barriers. Some of the feedback was as follows.
To the NHS, it might seem odd that veterans don't know how to pick up a prescription from a doctor's surgery, or that they don't expect to have to wait for an appointment. It's all instant in the army.
I know that I get a certain amount of access to my husband's medical knowledge because I'm down as his next of kin. But then the GP won't let me phone up on his behalf. I'm not allowed to book an appointment for him.
Our third theme related to well-being. Caring for veterans is just one part of our friends, family and carers' busy lives. Our carer feedback reiterated that whilst carers want more information on how they can support their veteran, they also need to think about their own well-being, as they can feel isolated, helpless and emotionally exhausted. Here are some of the things they had to say.
It is extremely emotionally exhausting. I mean, I'm used as an emotional punch bag and I walk on eggshells constantly. It's like we all end up with secondary PTSD and are subject to unseen abuse, which is deemed okay because, you know, he's got PTSD, so it's not his fault.
We miss out on lots of family opportunities that we would find stressful, and every outing must be planned with precision. My children's mental health is affected by the constant mood swings. Can't have friends over for fear of him losing it.
It's just so isolating. You're so exhausted emotionally and physically from having to do so much. It's as if you're a single parent.
The final theme that our carers flagged to us was the need for more education for carers and other healthcare professionals. It was felt that there was a general lack of awareness and a low understanding of PTSD or similar conditions, which can lead to misdiagnosis, a delay in diagnosis, or inappropriate treatment suggestions when carers may feel that they are close to crisis. It was also felt that carers are left, quotes, picking up the pieces following some sessions, and that it'd be good to have support or education around to how to help. Sometimes there's also a lack of continuity of healthcare professionals, which necessitates a repetition of what can often be triggering stories. Anything to support these issues would be welcomed.
My partner will come out of these deep CBT sessions and then I have to deal with the fallout. I mean, I've had no training.
So we reviewed the fantastic feedback from our carers and we clustered it into themes. We then applied the type of you said, we did principles, and we've identified the outputs that we want to produce. This includes reviewing our communication processes and resources and materials to ensure that they're much more carer friendly, to develop a dedicated web page for our friends, family and carers that'll include an easy to navigate guide regarding the support that's available to carers, and also to develop some bite-sized, simple and informative educational insights to help our carers understand the conditions and behaviours of their loved ones and to give them some coping techniques. Something we want to consider for the future is the impact of supporting our veterans on the wider family, including children. And we've got some ideas for some additional resources that we could develop in this area, but we might need additional funding for this. And that could be something that we'd like to do further in the year, potentially in quarter 3 or 4 of 2022. So I'm conscious of time, but what we wanted to do is show on the final slide a bit of an overview of some of the challenges and successes that we've had so far and any mitigation that we put in place. So whilst engagement and enthusiasm to participate was really high from the friends, family and carers, there were some practical implications with this in relation to their caring responsibilities that actually impacted whether they could attend our one-to-one interviews or focus groups. So we adapted our approach to be as flexible as possible to accommodate the times that our carers were available. But this did mean that we had to repeat some of the processes, which has slightly pushed back some of the timescales. But we were regularly monitoring this and updating our risk register. And we believe that we will make progress with our outputs by the end of March, or have action plans in place so that we can finish them as soon as possible thereafter. And we look forward to giving an update at the end of March regarding the success of the project. So thank you very much for listening. And if there's any questions.
Brilliant.
So,
So apologies,
sorry.
we seem to have technical challenges there, but hopefully we got through. And as I said earlier, we will be making all slides and things available afterwards, so you will be able to watch through again and control your own clicking.
I was going to say there's a few carers quotes in there, so sorry, there it skipped a couple of pages with the quite rich data on it. So if people want to take a look at the narrated slides afterwards, that'd be great. Thank you.
That's great. So we are now into lunchtime. I hope everyone's happy that we just take a slightly shorter lunch break so we can get back on time for the second half. So if everybody could rejoin our call at 10 to 1, it gives us 35 minutes. That's a luxury. I'm used to my nurse's lunch where you sort of run with a sandwich on your hand while you're still emptying a bedpan. So hopefully that will be enough time for everyone. If you can rejoin us promptly at 10 to 1, that'd be absolutely fantastic. But do have a good break. Go and stretch and get a little bit of air in your lungs. Thank you. Bye. Hi everyone, good to see people popping back up on the screen. Hope you all had a good break. Just give people 2 minutes to join and then we'll get cracking. Elaine, I'm relieved to see that you're there already because you're first up this afternoon. Always nice when you can see your first speaker. Good to see enthusiasm building for this afternoon, that people aren't flagging. It has been a brilliant day so far. So we are at 12:50, so we will make a prompt start. Thank you everyone for coming back on time. It's really helpful. We're going to go straight into our presentations, more of the scoping work that's been being done. So we'll come to the Northwest and the hidden carers work that's being done by Greater Manchester Health and Social Care Partnership. So over to you. Thank you.
Thank you. My name's Elaine Jones and I am the Head of Service for Carers with Encompass. I'll quickly go through the first few slides. It's just a quick overview of who we are and what we do. So in terms of who we are then, so Rochdale Carers have put the bid in for Mind the Gap, and we are the provider for carer services in Rochdale, and we basically provide the wraparound support for carers. And the umbrella organisation that sits behind Rochdale Carers Hub is Encompass. Can I have the next slide, please, Steve? So Encompass operates across the north of England, and we provide quite a few different services, and carers is one arm of the services that we provide. So we've been registered since about 1999, worked predominantly in Lancashire initially, and now we cover the wider scope of the north of England. Thank you. So we based our project around data discrepancies that we found between carers registered with GPs and the number of carers that we would hope would be registered with GPs. So we took some data from the census, and then we did some kinds of sample data across 8 GP practices in Rochdale, which showed that there was quite a big discrepancy in terms of the number of carers that appeared to be registered with their GP and the number of carers that are actually out there. So we wanted to do a bit more of a deep dive in terms of that work. Thanks, Steve. Earlier in 2019, 2020, we did carry out an initial project with GPs across Rochdale, and we saw that from that work that we did that there was quite a considerable reduction in the amount of access carers needed from their GP as a result of accessing carer support services. And as a result of that, we wanted to continue to build on the work with GPs, really about empowering GPs to continue to identify carers, really. And the one thing that we know is that everybody accesses a GP at some point. So this was a really good place for us to continue to build on the work. Thanks, Steve. So in terms of the project then, so we wanted to deliver this project in 2 phases. So the first phase really focused upon skilling up GP practice staff about what it's like to be a carer, to give them some carer awareness training. And hopefully through that they would really be more proactive in identifying carers. It's been really difficult to engage the GP practices. We initially wanted to work with up to six GP practices, and we did initially get 6 interested. Trying to get into the practices then to deliver the training has again been more difficult. We've managed to deliver a training session into 1 GP practice, which was great actually. It resulted the following week in 7 referrals being made to us, so 7 new identified carers as a result of that 1 training session. But that was the first half of the project, and we hoped in that first half that we would have a whole cohort of carers that would be identified that we would work with in phase 2. Now, whilst we did see an increase in those carers identified, they didn't all come from the GP practices. They came from social prescribers, they came from mental health practitioners. So the second half of the second phase of the project then was really to do a piece of consultation work with carers to really learn about their journey to being identified, some of the barriers that they have to identifying themselves. And what we hope to get at the end of this project is to be able to develop a key indicator system, or 5 top key indicators that help professionals and carers either self-identify or be identified. What we did see out of those consultation sessions was that of the carers that we consulted, we saw that there was an average of about 17 years that they'd spent caring before they either identified formally or a health professional identified them, which is quite a long time, isn't it, to go without identification. And there didn't seem to be for them a clear point at which they became a carer. So at what point their role as being a wife or a son moved into being a carer for somebody. Next slide, please, Steve. So there's been quite a lot of collaboration work in terms of this project then. Initially, we were hoping to rely predominantly on the GPs, and we've seen because of COVID, because of the new variants, the GPs had to put their resources in other areas, and this unfortunately seemed to fall to the bottom of their pile a little bit. We are still engaging with all of the GP practices. We are committed to delivering that training because even post Mind the Gap project, we're committed to giving this a real shot. We know that it will work if we can get into the GP practices. In terms of the support from the ICS, so we've been asked to present at a number of different forums to talk about this project, the impact, the collaboration working. And in terms of the work that we've done with carers, we're just at the final stages where carers have really informed and developed the promotional materials that sit around this, and they've been really key in informing what that looks like and where it should go. Next slide, please, Steve. So in terms of learning then, so what the training session that we delivered into one of the GP practices, one of the things that came up really was about processes need to be really clear and straightforward, because we found that there was a bit of an overlap, and GP practice staff weren't entirely sure when they identified a carer what steps they should take. We found that some carers were registered on their system as a carer, but then no action had been taken as a result of that. And one of the things that also came up around the work that we did with the practice is knowing about how to have that conversation with somebody that they think was a carer. How do they open up that conversation without it being, without them making assumptions or kind of upsetting people a little bit? They were really worried about those conversations. In terms of the learning from the work that we've done with carers, they have genuinely helped us to kind of improve and extend our offer. They've made us aware of different types of support that they think they would be useful. And as a result of that, we've kind of reached out to different organisations across Rochdale and started more partnership working with them. And we also realised that it's really important for a carer to be able to talk about their journey. So not just their role and what that consists of, but their journey into becoming a carer, what that looks like for them. And we found that once the carer shared their journey, then they were really more open to getting support. Across both the GPs then and carers, what was very clear was people understanding at what point caring about somebody turns into caring for somebody, and that there's no real clear definition and line drew in the sand about where one ends and one begins. And one of the carers that came to the consultation event actually said to us, you know, if somebody just said, how much time do I get to myself, then they would know that I was a carer. So we've built that into our indicator structure for professionals and for carers to look at how much time do they have to themselves. A couple of key indicators then, just very briefly, was around consistently attending appointments with the person that they're caring for, and nobody seeming to acknowledge them when they're in the room. Being identified as a carer by different professionals, but no actions being taken. And providing personal care beyond that would be expected of, you know, a husband or a wife or a mother. One of the carers that came to the consultation session, it told us that it wasn't until she was providing really personal care to a 17-year-old son in terms of bathing and washing him, did she then have that realisation that actually this has gone beyond the role of a mother, and how many other mothers would be providing that level of personal care to their child. So just quickly then going forward, we are designing key indicator systems. One's been specifically developed for carers that we're hoping would sit in the waiting rooms for the GP practices, and one hopefully will sit within the practice itself for staff, just to help them identify carers. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Elaine, and spot on time as well. Perfect. Really helpful presentation. And I think we're starting to see some real themes emerging, aren't we, in terms of language and identification and the challenges that brings. So thank you for putting that across so clearly. So we're going to move on and go to the Southeast now, and Southern Health, who are going to be talking about their tackling inequalities in service provision for vulnerable and lesser heard carers as well. So over to you. I think we've got Dominic, haven't we? I've seen you on there.
Thank you, Jen. Yes, it's rather a long title, isn't it, really? Tackling inequalities. But anyway, I'm filling in for Amelia and Paula for this afternoon. So I'm a very poor substitute, I think, but I'll have a go and see what happens. Steve, if we could go to the second slide, that'd be great. Thank you. It's a rather ambitious, I think, programme that we sort of put together and worked with the various organisations in Hampshire. So that's where Southern Health is based. It serves the communities in Hampshire. And one of the things I think that came from all of the 5 strands here was that listening to carers, fascinating really, about, we called it sort of lesser heard. And you may have heard the term, and we use it quite a lot, don't we? The sort of hard to reach. And it was interesting really listening to one particular carer who said that he was described as being from a hard to reach community, and yet he said when he stopped paying his council tax he was very easy to reach, and how people sort of quickly sort of got onto him from that. So rather than hard to reach, probably more apt and more correct and maybe more accurate to say easy to ignore, and you can often be siloed, if you like, by your label. So there we are. We're labeling various people here. We've got 5 strands, but we've done some great work, and they all sort of tap into existing projects and work. So as I say, this is quite ambitious, but there we are. We've got other things bubbling around in all of these 5 strands. Steve, if you go to slide 4, if that's possible. Yeah, next one along. Ah, great. Okay, this is the sort of Hampshire's a strange old mixture, really. It's got lovely parts to it. If you fancy the New Forest and a holiday down there, it's always great. It's got some sort of areas of urban build-up like Southampton and Portsmouth, but mainly it's a sort of a rural spot, and not a lot happens, it seems, out in the countryside. And one of the key things about some of our older carers, we found that a lot of people were returning home from hospital and not going to any going back to their place by themselves, and there was nobody there in their lives that they could class as a carer. And we found a lot of things in rural populations, a lot of elderly people living in villages and the like. But one of the things we wanted to work upon was trying to see your neighbourhood as your carer. So when you return home, what is it that we can do as a society, as in this case Southern Health, and we were working hand in glove this time with Age Concern Hampshire. What can we do to encourage, if you like, the well-being of a village or of a community by sort of saying, well, you know, it's about us taking responsibility, as maybe not doing the just the simple things, you know, even putting people's bins out for them and stuff like that. There was a very important thing. And we found in asking these questions, we found a lot of people were frightened to return home after an illness because they felt there would be nobody to care for them. And that was quite a key thing. So rather than sort of thinking about just families and your family caring, what about the neighbourhood and the communities in which you live in? So that was one big strand that came out from the older carers and the rural populations. Next slide, Steve, if we got there. That's it. Yeah, we going from one extreme of age, if you like, down to sort of our young carers. We've been doing a lot of work with an organisation called Unlock, who are based in Portsmouth, and the organisation Unlock is run by young people for young people, and it's about change. And we thought we'd enlist their help because of their ability, if you like, to reach places where perhaps sort of more institutional organisations such as an NHS trust couldn't. So they reached out and have done some work with, as you can see in the bottom there of the slide. You've got the Hampshire Youth Carers Association No Limits, which is a counselling service mainly for young people, and particularly young people who find themselves homeless. But also we wanted to reach out to how many people were there caring for both siblings and for parents, and how could we best help? How could we best listen? And there's a lot of deep listening there that we had to do, and found some of the things that you can see there. Next slide, if we like, Steve. Thank you. I've been doing work with, and it was really interesting this morning listening to, you know, I think it was in Cambridgeshire and Peterborough, and their links with the Gypsy, Roma and travelling community. I've been doing some work with an organisation called Margaret Clitheroe Trust, and they support the Gypsy, Roma and travelling community. Well, they do a lot of work here in the south anyway. And one of the things we wanted to do with them is try and understand the culture of caring within that community, within those communities. And in order to better understand really how we as an organisation, as an institution, as the NHS, can not get in the way, but to understand how we can be of service and of help without presuming that people need this, that and the other. And that was predominantly what we were trying to do with the travelling community here. Next slide, Steve, thank you. This was some work we're doing in Southampton with predominantly the Afro-Caribbean community there in the city. And one of the things, again, we wanted to find out was the key theme there, the professional and community interface, as you can see on key theme 3. Really, it's about what is it that's really strong about various communities in which we engage with, and what is it that we can utilize and use, and how can we understand what it's like to be a carer in these communities. And then after you've shaken all that out, what's left that us as a a foundation trust, as the NHS can do to be of service. So that was a key thing there, and that was from the community, as I mentioned at the beginning, where the gentleman, the carer, said that you know, hard to reach. No, not certainly when he hasn't paid his council tax. That's where that quote came from. Steve, the next slide. I'm mindful of the fact that I'm rattling through this, but we have got rather a lot of strands, as you can see. Again, Hampshire is as we've mentioned before, from our friends from Frimley, CCG and areas. Hampshire itself is a tremendous county for the military, and we've been doing a lot of work with various military charities and organisations and associations. And one of the key things we wanted to find out here was really how better can we communicate and tap in, rather than reinventing stuff and doing things without consultation and without understanding what it is that people want from us as a trust. And we've engaged with some fantastic groups, one of which is down in Dorset, actually, down on the beach at Southbourne and called Beyond, Above and Beyond, which support veterans, particularly veterans who come out of prison, and also their families too, and those who care for them. So we've engaged with lots of different organisations there to find out, as I say, how we can better serve. And I think I'll probably go into the next slide, Steve, and end it here, really, because there's so much that we've gathered, so much. I suppose if anything, what the Mind the Gap survey has done for us is enabled us to sort of really understand about the communities, the lesser heard communities, as we've put in there. And this is kind of our way of thinking of what we'd like to do next and how we move forward with things. We will certainly continue our conversations. There might be some strands that fall by the wayside, or might be other strands that develop into something greater than they already are. So we will continue to do that and look at that. And no doubt next time we come back to report, hopefully it'll be Amelia rather than myself rabbiting on. But thank you.
Thanks so much, Dominic. You did a great job stepping in, so thank you.
Thank you.
So we're going to head north again now, to the northeast, for Northeast and North Cumbria ICS and their engagement and co-production. So this challenges your title, I think, actually, Dominic. Engagement, consultation and co-production with refugees, asylum seekers and migrant communities in Stockton-on-Tees. I'll hand over to you guys.
Yeah, thanks very much, Jen. It's John Carling, I'm Chief Executive Catalyst. We're the voluntary sector infrastructure organisation in Stockton. We do nothing by halves, including the name of PowerPoint presentations. We talked to Stockton Council when the opportunity to put this bid in arose, and we were looking at what might we focus on, what are the sort of key areas, and we kind of highlighted refugees and asylum seekers. We as a charity have been working with refugees and asylum seekers in Stockton for a long time, and it came to our kind of thought that actually there doesn't seem to be much use of care services, and maybe there isn't any use of care services, and yet many people in this community arrive in this country highly traumatized, having been through difficult experiences excuse me, in the country that they came from. So that became the focus. Next slide, please, Steve. And we do have a lot of refugees and asylum seekers in the north, in Stockton. I think the second highest in the northeast. It says there are 600. I've seen figures today that indicates actually it might be over 700 from all over the world, from Africa, from the Middle East, from South America, from Afghanistan recently, and other places too. And very often these people are very highly skilled, intelligent. They seek and receive support from a range of formal and informal bodies, but this is a very new experience living in the UK, and they're on a big learning curve, and we're on a big learning curve too. We've found that word of mouth is a great means to communicate with in this kind of environment. So next slide, please, Steve. So we've been doing some consultation around the use of care services and what might what might work. We've run 3 focus groups. We've had a lot of one-to-one conversations at drop-in centres. Drop-in centres are typically places where people from a particular country or particular culture meet and share, what they're doing. Very often they might receive a visit from a service presenter of one sort or another. We've also been doing a survey. When I say a survey, it's not been something we've posted out or done on the internet. It isn't a question of going around and talking to people and asking questions. First thing that stands out is asking about what a carer is. Doesn't work. A lot of people we spoke to just don't have that term. It's not something they're familiar with. Our migration coordinator, who works with a lot of refugees and asylum seekers, is called Lauren, and she'll walk into a room and say, "I'm Lauren. This is what I do," and you get a conversation going from that takes you well beyond just an introduction, and you can get into caring without necessarily using the terminology or introducing it as a concept. So next slide, please, Steve. So here's a case study. Fatima is, it's not a real name, but it's a lady that we've met in the course of all this. She's a refugee from a country in the Middle East. She's a Muslim. She cares for her husband for more than 50 hours a week. On top of that, she also works. Her husband has a physical disability. And when she is at work, her children take over the caring duties until she gets home. She gave us an example of when her and her sisters cared for the mother before she passed away. So sister's husband offered to help to care, but he wasn't permitted because he's not an immediate member of the family. And Fatima said to us, well, in our culture, women are not permitted to be alone with a man who isn't family. She was aware of the work of the Stockton Adult Care Support Service, but told us, well, my husband would absolutely refuse to use the service. He doesn't want to be a stranger, doesn't want a stranger to come and care for him instead of me. It's due to this private and sensitive nature of the caring duties required, for example, assistance in using the bathroom. And this can be further kind of compounded by some of the cultural and religious factors that exist. For example, an individual would feel that they would have to explain and teach the cultural and religious practices that must be adhered to. For example, knowing how to prepare food correctly. And at the end of the day, it just feels more comfortable for the family not to participate in services like this due to a lack of trust. So Fatima told us, well, there's no word for carer in Arabic. People from the refugee community might be more receptive to using the service if the presentation of the information were reframed to be more easily understood and more accessible. So not using the word carer, perhaps saying support is available for those when the responsibility becomes overwhelming, but there'll still be your cultural obstacles to overcome to get people to use the concept, but it would be a start. So there's some learning for us there. So next slide, please, Steve. There have been some positive outcomes from this work. The arrival practice is a GP practice in Stockton, which has a bit of a focus on refugees and asylum seekers. When they come into Stockton, it tends to be this practice that they engage with and that engages with them. So they have introduced a carer's assessment. Nurses explain and discuss what a carer is and determine the needs if the patient needs carer support. If the patient's identified as a carer, then they are referred to the council's carer support services. And those support services are now using ESOL, English as a second language, translators to help when they deliver their services. So next slide, please. Okay, so it's all about trust. It applies to everybody, but we think particularly for refugee and asylum seeker communities, there are layers of distrust that need to be accounted for. The service, and this is something that somebody told us, I think it resonates quite well. The service hasn't introduced itself to our communities. Doesn't mean it's not met those communities, but it introduced itself in terms which are accessible, understandable, make sense, and understand where the communities are coming from. Mind the Gap is starting to do that, and the drop-in centres that I mentioned are now talking about it, and so is the Refugee and Asylum Seeker Forum that we run. So there's some learning points coming out of this around distrust and fear of some services. Service staff lack diversity. I mean, that's definitely true. And you know, there are none, I would say this, there are none who come from the communities that we're talking about here. Language can be a barrier. The publicity needs to be culturally informed and, you know, coming across in ways which are accessible. And I think, you know, if you're putting pictures in there, identify them as people coming from different diverse backgrounds. So this isn't a service. This is a service for carers. You know, we need to think about what the angle to publicise that would be. So next slide, please. And ways of building trust? Well, I mentioned increasing the diversity of staff. I mean, that seems to me to be an obvious one. Putting staff through diversity training, introducing the service to the community, but being careful how you do that. And I mentioned that many of the service providers in Stockton do go to community centres and drop-in centres and introduce themselves. But, you know, let's think about how that's done. Using a culturally informed presentation information, which puts caring into context. Next slide, please. Yeah, so that's it for me. I think it's been a learning curve. I've seen some resonance with some of the other presentations that have been given, which aren't specifically relating to this community, but nonetheless, you know, is using the term carers the right thing to do, or should we have another way of expressing that? And I think that probably applies across more than just the community that we've been looking at. So thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, John. That was a really great presentation. And again, cramming an awful lot into a very short period of time. So thank you. And again, we're seeing this issue about language coming up, aren't we? And we've kind of wedded ourselves to the word carer because that's what's in the legislation. So if you like, it's a hook for us to get things on in the context of commissioners. But there is something about actually that's not necessarily the right approach for everyone, and really good to hear that articulated so well. So we're going to stay in the north, but hop across the Pennines, because that's what you do, isn't it? Just a quick hop. And we'll go to the northwest and Greater Manchester again, and their work around caring for carers from Asian communities. So thank you, and we'll hand over to you.
Good afternoon, thank you. I'm Elizabeth Stanley. I'm going to take you through the work that we've been doing really quickly because we have a personal story to share as well. So could I have a next slide, please? Okay, so I'm run a social enterprise called Wraparound Partnership. I'm not going to go through all this information. So if you want to have a read about what we do, so have a look at the slide. Can I have the next slide, Steve, please? So we're working with Greater Manchester Health and Care Social Care Partnership, soon to be our integrated care system. We have 10 local authority areas across here, and I am part of the Greater Manchester Carers Delivery Board, which is where this project came from. Next slide, please. So in 2020, we did a piece of research into the experiences of carers from ethnic minorities across Greater Manchester. And there were a number of points that came out, which are on this slide from that research project, which we wanted to investigate further, which is where this particular piece of work came from. Next slide, please, Steve. Okay, so our aims were to understand how to help carers from Asian ethnic backgrounds identify what matters to them, to understand what adjustments need to be made, if any, to co-design recommendations with carers from Asian ethnic backgrounds. That's really important for me in particular, but everybody. You can't just go in there and develop your own recommendations. You have to listen to people's experiences. To develop an Asian carers network which can be sustainable long term, and to evaluate and share our learning. Next slide, please, Steve. Okay, so what did we do first? We did a directory of organisations. Now, it might look simple, but actually with 10 local authorities, it was pretty hard work, to be honest. It was hours and hours of trawling through different websites, phoning up different organisations. But we do have a directory of community, voluntary, statutory organisations who work specifically with Asian carers, but also you'll find that some of the Asian carers will go through normal statutory carers organisations. So we try to target everybody. Recently, we've had an influx of people from Hong Kong, so we're starting to work with them as well. We've had weekly online meetings with a stable core group of up to 10 members, all of which are women, and who you're going to hear from in a minute. Can I have the next slide, please? So this is the main slide really that I wanted to talk through very briefly. We identified 4 themes that were coming out of our conversations, and they were all online conversations and they were recorded, which meant that I could rewatch them and pull out specific things that we were talking about. One was about awareness raising. Second was information and advice. The third was social networks. And the fourth was communication and respect. Awareness raising amongst the Asian community, it resonated really a lot with me, what John was talking about the cultural differences and the things you have to take into account when working with carers from an Asian community. Awareness raising was about, it's okay to ask for help. A lot of the time carers from the Asian community think it's just their responsibility. It's the family's responsibility and that's it. And if your family can't care for you, you mustn't have a very good family. That's one of the themes that came through quite a lot, that it's not okay at the minute to ask for help. The second was about information and advice. And what we talked about was rather than having a specific event for carers, actually we would involve the whole family. So, and a lot of the time, the younger generation are more adept at using social media and emails. And if you brought or encouraged the younger generation, say, you know, school age children to bring their elderly relatives or family to a family events day, rather than have it specifically about caring, it could be about a lot of things. And then you get potentially have more people there. Social networks, we talked about having regular coffee mornings. A few of the group are involved in walking groups, which they find quite helpful. Interfaith networks, we have talked about the influence of faith networks quite a lot. And communication and respect, there's some quite harrowing stories actually in our group of how people have been treated in urgent care and do not resuscitate orders, and the impact of language when you're seeking emergency support. Quite difficult to listen to be honest. So yeah, that was quite a big thing that we've talked about. One of the thick questions I have for you actually was we talked about having a training e-module for health professionals about working with carers from the Asian community. I'm not sure if one already exists, but Sally suggested that I could ask today, and if it does, could somebody put one in the chat, because that would be super helpful. Where we'd like to go from here is obviously to work with Greater Manchester Integrated Care System and basically say we'd like to have a carers network for Asian people from Asian ethnic backgrounds, and we would like to have a project manager specifically in each local area, and we'd like to involve faith groups, and we want to build this into a proper action plan and strategy going forward that will cover the 10 areas. Next slide, please, Steve. So this is one of our visuals that we've had done by the lady we're working with. She's doing a visual for each of our videos, and I'm not going to even attempt to go through that now. It's got a lot of information on it. I'm quite happy for it to be shared with everybody, so I'll just leave it there. And I think Korab is now going to share her personal journey. Thank you. Could we have the next slide, please, Steve? Sorry.
Good afternoon. I'm Korab, and this is my daughter Samia. Samia suffered to cardiorespiratory arrest when she was 15. This left her with a severe brain injury. This life-changing event was our entry into the world of caring. At the hospital, we would hear words like brain damage, disability, wheelchair. These words cut through our hearts. We couldn't even say these words at the time, but they were to become common language for us going forward. After 9 months, Sammy came home as a different person. Every day, we were finding our way through a jungle of needs, people, equipment, assessments, appointments, and so on. 1 week, 66 people visited our home. This included care staff and other professionals. We thought everything would be sorted for us, but no, we faced many challenges. We were grieving, we were advocating, and we were caring all at the same time. We found councils and health services were applying blanket policies. We had to put in complaints to get heard. We had to go to the ombudsman on one occasion to get an issue resolved. Most people from Asian communities and other BME communities won't even go that far and would just accept whatever they're told. We didn't feel confident that the care assessments were fair, and this still sort of applies. We struggle to find good care providers and good carers that we can keep. Care work, it's a stepping stone for many people. The high turnover means constant training of new staff, getting used to new staff, and the lack of consistency for the cared one and for the families. So the challenge is continuous. What worked for us was having an independent advocate who helped us to get the needs met, empowered us to challenge when things needed challenging. I think without this person, we wouldn't be where we are. As family carers, what we need is those independent advocates. We need care providers and carers who understand cultural diversity and the acceptance of different family dynamics and family involvement. And as you've heard from previous speakers, what the concerns and the reservations about cultural religion and the kind of care we expect to receive are. And we want carers who actually love their job and want to do this as a job. We want families to be encouraged to take up formal care and not struggle alone because of the stigma attached to getting formal care. We want to be understood and valued as family carers. Thank you. I was given 2 minutes, so I had to squeeze 12 years into this. I don't know, probably went over 2 minutes, but
do you know what? You could have the rest of the afternoon, Corrib. That's fine by me.
I wish I could. Yeah, yeah.
Thank you so much for having the courage and generosity to share your experience. It's not easy as a carer myself. My team would tell you I frequently they're in not a great state because things can be so challenging. So thank you so much for sharing that with a group of strangers, but we're all big carer family, and it really struck me about that whole thing, that sort of conflicting thing of being, experiencing grief, needing to advocate for the person that you care for, and also taking on all that caring role as well. And the energy and emotion it takes to make a complaint shouldn't be underestimated. People don't make complaints easily, and actually you're normally very depleted when you're at that point. So the experience of advocacy is so vital, and I just don't think we put it forward enough at all. So thank you so much. I do have tissues handy. I will be going back to them in just a second. But I think we needed to hear actually what you said. So thank you. Really appreciate it. So we do need to move on, and I'm really sorry to East of England. You do have to follow Corab. Not an easy task at all. Oh, I love that. Thank you. We're going on to a team from Bedfordshire, Luton and Milton Keynes, who are talking about autistic spectrum disorder carers. So thanks.
Hello, sorry, I just want to start with apologising. I'm really sorry, I've kept my camera and my mic off all day because I'm in my office and there are hundreds of people coming in and out all day, and it can be really distracting when you've got people talking in the background. So I just didn't want to interrupt any of you. So apologies for that. I hope you didn't think I was being rude. I was absolutely here listening to all of you. Okay, so my name's Shana. I'm the Adult Services Director of Autism Bedfordshire, and we work across Bedfordshire, Milton Keynes and Hertfordshire, and we deliver services to autistic people out in the community. So we got involved with this project because we're really keen to understand the carers that we have within our own organisation, those with a disability that have carers responsibilities. So if I could just ask you to take me to the next slide, please. Lovely. So the project has actually been led by two people. I'm afraid Lisa can't be here today because Lisa works part-time on Wednesdays. It's her day off. So Lisa's actually been running the sessions, which I'll get into in a little bit with you, but I wanted to make it very clear that I've had somebody amazing in my team also working on this project with me, and I didn't want her to be left out. So we could just go on to the next slide. Fab. Okay, so I'm just going to take those of you who don't know about the project through the aims of the project really briefly. So we really wanted to help autistic adults identify themselves as carers, if they are carers. I think there's a lot of people out there with a disability who actually act as a carer themselves but don't recognise that. And this is a huge group within what we were seeing in our adults. We were getting a lot of helplines through, so we wanted to do some more research into it. I was very lucky to meet Jodie at the East of England meetings for autism. We had some great conversations around what this could look like and what we could do. So we also wanted to be able to provide, carers information for those who are autistic to make sure it was autism friendly. A lot of the adults that we work with need things to be broken down into easy read documents to make it more accessible for their needs. So it was really important to us that we got this information available to those adults as part of what we were doing. If you could just take me to the next project, please. Fabulous. So a roadmap of what the project was going to look like. We wanted to deliver a series of workshops, create easy read resources and launch the resources on a platform that was accessible to everybody. So I actually launched the website a few weeks ago. So we actually have a page that's available for autistic people and there's links to it, which I'll also be able to share with you all. If you could just take me through to the next slide. Lovely. So what do we want to learn? So a better understanding of what autistic carers of why autistic carers don't identify, what barriers need to be removed to support those people with appropriate support, what reasonable adjustments need to be made, what do autistic carers want and how can we support their needs. So if you could just take me through to the next part. Lovely. So I've just got some of the things that some of the key findings that we have found out so far. So a lot of the autistic carers that we've been working with actually feel really let down by the local authorities. They don't feel heard, they don't feel understood, and they don't feel that those care needs are actually being looked at all. So if they are autistic themselves and they're working with the local authorities with their children, for example, the social worker isn't breaking the information down for them. They're not writing it up. They're not collecting with them. They're not giving them additional processing time. So they feel really overwhelmed. So a lot of the time they're coming out of those meetings and they're calling us in crisis because they feel like they're a bad parent, they're a bad carer, and actually they shouldn't be getting involved in these people, in their children's lives, which is just disgraceful. When the social worker themselves know that they have a disability, and the social worker themselves will have an understanding of what an autistic person might need from them, they haven't actually asked that autistic person what their communication needs might be to support them. So one of the other things that have come up recently with a lot of our carers is that when their children are offered respites of a short break, maybe a night away or an evening group, the social workers don't book in to talk to them at appropriate times. They actually don't book in to talk to them. They ring them without any kind of warning. So for someone who's autistic, that can be really quite difficult to process. And not knowing what that conversation is going to be about. If it comes from a number that you don't recognise, you don't pick up, so often that actually gets missed. But also when you are told to take your child somewhere where you don't know the area, you don't understand what the service is for, you don't understand what's going to happen there, and actually how to change your routine, because nobody's actually talking to you about that. That causes more stress in the family, household and unit. And again, so another example is when a parent takes their whether it be their adult child or their young child to a session, like the doctors, just for a GP's appointment, the GP is talking at the parent without actually breaking down the communication, even though they probably share the same GP, and the GP is fully aware of the fact that this person is autistic, but they're only looking at them as a carer, not understanding what their full needs are to make sure that they're doing those really important things. Now, one of the things I also want to bring up, which isn't in this presentation, is I've been looking into the numbers a little bit more of this. So we now recognise that 14% of the adults that we support across Bedfordshire and Milton Keynes have carers responsibilities. Now, within that, guys, sorry, it's 5 more minutes. Sorry, the builders have just shown up at our office, of course. We've all day. Apologies. So just to get back on my stream. So 14% of the adults that we recognise, that we work with in autism Bedfordshire, have carers responsibilities. And that makes up lots of different carers relationships within the family household unit or within the unit that they're in. Now, if we want to kind of look at that across the whole of England, the NHS think, well, they say currently that it's 1 in 100 people that are autistic. Now, if we use the statistics that I found within the adults that we support, we're saying that's just shy of 10,000 autistic carers across the UK. Now, I also know that those numbers are incorrect and they're going to be rebalanced, and we are actually expecting it to be more like 1 in 59 to 1 in 55. So actually we could potentially be looking at 20,000 carers who are autistic. So we really, really need to think about how we're going to support these carers, because there are so many carers organisations that haven't had the support from like an autism organisation or the understanding about autistic carers and what their needs are. So we can make sure that whilst they're doing all these amazing things, we can break services down to make sure they're accessible for all who need them, so that those autistic carers can also make sure that they're not burning out and they're able to support their family and their friends or whoever they're caring for in the appropriate way and being supported in the appropriate way. If you could just take me over to the next slide, please. And this is just some of the feedback that we've had from our members. This is a very niche group. I really do appreciate that it's not something we've looked at before. So I just wanted to share some of the feedback from our adults that they've said about being able to express being a carer to other people that are autistic and carers themselves. So being able to share my own experiences with other autistic people that understand my experience as an autistic carer. I don't feel so alone anymore. And that really, really hurt me when I read that. When it came through from Lisa when she was sending over the feedback forms, that our autistic members were feeling alone in parts of their life that they felt that they didn't have anybody to turn to or talk to. So being able to take that away is really powerful for us. So peer support has clarified how others are managing and strategies they are using. Members have gone away and embedded these into their own routines. Again, how fantastic is that? We've got people working together and listening to each other's stories and embedding those into their everyday lives. Peer support can be so, so powerful. And again, I just think it's something that we really need to use to help people move forward. The validation I now receive from others, I realise I do have so much to carry, and I'm a good parent and a carer that tries every day. How often do we hear from our carers that they're exhausted, that they're emotionally just burnt out that day, and actually hearing it from somebody, because you think you're terrible at what you're doing, you're absolutely not. You're a human being who's going to have struggles, and hearing from other people that you are doing the very best you can and what you're doing is amazing should really be kind of respected and clapped as far as I'm concerned. So, and again, so setting up this group has given me hope that we are being listened to and services may improve in the future, and autistic carers will have a voice in the future and not be forgotten. So yes, that one always gets me at the end. And if you could just take me on to the next one, that would be great. So just in the numbers, trying to give you guys a little bit of a wraparound of what we've done so far. So we've had 5 workshops that we've delivered. We've launched a web page and we've engaged with 16 carers. If you could take me on to the next one. Lovely. So the resources that we've developed so far, if you could just take me on again, sorry. So we're just kind of going to jump through these. So these are some of the easy read resources that we've created for the adults. It's just to kind of give you kind of an eye opener of what we've done so far. We use green because green is less offensive to someone who's autistic. There's a lot of colours that someone who's autistic might struggle with, or how they view the colour and what the colour means to them. So green is the most popular colour that we use. And then the text that we use, I appreciate it's come out a bit blurry on here, but I think that's just the way it's come out in the presentation, I'm afraid. But we use a certain text type and we use a certain size and texting for the adults that we work with. So if you can move on to the next page as well. So these easy reads are off the back of the workshops that we've run for the autistic community within BLMK. So again, talking to your GP, care assessments, and if you could run on to the next one. Just a snapshot of the web page that we've developed, and where you can see the orange writing at the bottom of the page, that's where the resources can be downloaded for free and accessible to all on the platform. And then if you could take me through onto the next page. Lovely. So that is me, and I think I've got a minute to spare, which is great.
Thank you so much, Shana. That's really, again, another really powerful presentation, and as the parent of a young person with autistic spectrum disorder, completely recognise the things that you were saying. And I think for me as well, it just amplifies some of the challenges that she and some of her peers have had, where they've been diagnosed as adults and actually there aren't services to support them within sort of the statutory world. And so there is a real gulf, isn't there? And then you look at taking on caring responsibilities as well. It's not surprising, it's even more overwhelming. So thank you so much. Incredible presentation.
Thank you for having me.
So I can't believe that we are coming to the end of our presentations. So we have one more to go, which is from our colleagues in the Northwest. So going from east of England back up north for Lancashire and South Cumbria. And I saw Leanne pop into the room just in time. So welcome, Leanne, and we will hand over to you to do your presentation.
Thank you very much. We had a last minute panic. I didn't have the link, but it's good to be here. So I am here to represent Carer Connect. We've been working with the Carer Support South Lakes, and we're looking for ways to meet carers where they are and support carers who are dealing with addictions, and whether that's drugs and alcohol, in partnership with the Well. Can we go through to the next slide, please? And the next one. So we went through this presentation earlier in the year, or was it last year, I think. So I'm going to skip through some of these because I want to get to some of the more meaty stuff of what's been happening since I last spoke to you. But in kind of summary, what we're trying to achieve is to help people, whether they are carers or people suffering with addictions, to support them in facing severe and complex social exclusion. And how do we support them in a world where they're feeling very stigmatized, they're struggling to integrate. One of our carers, the big problem they have at the moment is that there is nowhere to go where there are no temptations, and so she's struggling to support her son through his addiction. Next slide, please. Next slide. There we go. Thank you. The Well have key things that they deal with, which is very much community-based, supporting the addict themselves. Our goal is to support the carers. So next slide. So where we can take care of the carers and meeting them where they are. Next slide. Sorry, I do want to get to the good stuff. Our big goals is to reduce isolation for the carers, to increase their connection, and I'll show you really how well that's working in a moment. Proactive monitoring, so proactive ways that we can support the carers, signposting them to resources such as the Well, and online resources, and really just that social support that we can offer them. Increase awareness with other carers of what people are going through. We believe like-minded coming together of minds is a really great way of providing social support. Encouraging self-service, so if we've got the information available, we're able to help people better serve themselves. Next slide, please. So inside Carer Connect, it's a bit like a mini Facebook. If there's the simplest way to explain it to you, we've got a news feed, an activity feed. We've got support groups where people can have more confidential conversations. We have forums where we provide information, access to partners such as the Well, where they can meet other carers. But we also have some virtual events. So what's working really well is the men's support group, where they connect on a once-a-month basis through Zoom within the platform, and that keeps them using the platform. Next one, next slide. That's just a summary of what I've just said, so next slide. So our goal is to close the loop. So who's Carer Connect for? It's for unpaid carers, carer support organisations, our teams and our volunteers, paid carers as well as family members, local stakeholders, support organisations and product suppliers. Next slide. So like I said, we're signposting to resources such as the Well, and we've got one lady who was particularly asking about how she can support her son and where there are groups, and another carer was able to say, have you tried the Well? They have great support groups. So we're finding that because the information is coming from peers, from people who are in it as well, the information is being very well received. And I think really dealing with this fear of stigma and wanting to almost hide the situation, they're able to be far more open. Next slide. And I'm going to go to the next one because it's much more interesting for what we're discussing. Next slide. There we go. So, oh, next one, please. Sorry. Right. So Zoe Shaw and Dora Darwin both have a family member. I think both of them children. Zoe's is a son and Dora's is a daughter. I think Zoe's has a drug problem, yet Dora's daughter has an alcohol problem, and they've really connected on our platform. And what Zoe says here, which is great. Thank you, Dora. It's so good to be able to chat about topics like this to people who will not judge me. This town is a little narrow-minded, and I know too many people. Places like this are totally anonymous. Thank you. It has made my day, and I'm glad I joined now. I read about Carer Connect in the paper, and it's only because I was having a clear out that I remembered to come back. Debbie Marsden, our CEO, was able to come in and contribute to the conversation. And subsequently, since I put the presentation together, that conversation has evolved so much more that we now have one of our senior support workers also included in the conversation, people checking in with Dora, with Zoe to make sure that she's okay. She's had a really, really rough time. And I think today's message really kind of highlights where she's at and how much the support here is helping her. So today's message is there anyone out there that has any suggestions to go, where to go with my son that is aware of temptations but still feel as though they are part of society? Everything for my son's age seems to be geared towards pubs and coffee houses, and in his words, a place where he doesn't feel as though he needs to be over 50 to step inside. And that's where Dora was able to come in and really help and suggest the well support groups. Debbie has also offered to reach out to our colleagues at KDAS and see if they have something for her to help. In terms of where Zoe is at, she's had a real struggle with her son. She's been at AME. And even things like just discussing the storms over the last couple of weeks have really lifted her spirits and provided her with the support that she needs to feel like she can be moving forward and that somebody is helping to care for her. I think in her own words, she said that up until this point, she's been really, really alone. Next slide, please. There we go. So our goal is to really invite more carers inside. In terms of how we're using the funding that we received to support people with addictions, we really feel that the money is being used as intended, in that we're able to build relationships with the well, we'll be able to build relationships, strategic relationships with KDAS, and we are finding that more people that are coming in through these organizations are actually more open to having discussion. So next slide. Slides are slow. So we have multiple groups, particularly to do with Parkinson's. We provided coronavirus information, spiritual well-being, financial advice for carers, a host of different elements that people can go in and have discussions about and also get information. Next slide. Next slide, I've already spoken about that. I want to get to the one further on. Next one. Next one. There we go. That's the one. Thank you. So in terms of some things that other carers within the group have said and how we're making a difference. So most of them have, some people have said it makes me feel that I'm not alone, and that we're seeing in the discussions and in the camaraderie that's occurring within the activity feed. Another person said, I'm just one person on a chat room where no one knows what I have gone through unless I share. So some feedback for us to take away and work out how we can improve. Someone said, I don't like the safe space dedicated to us because it makes me feel alone and out of touch, but I do like the main space where I can read other people's problems. So I think it comes back to this feeling of stigma and feeling alone and feeling like they're being judged. Being able to see what other people are going through has a great effect in terms of supporting However, we still have a lot of lurkers. So we're working on strategies to bring people out of their shell and show them that they can have a discussion and can share what they're going through. So someone also said it's like Facebook, only smaller and easier to use. I got my son to read it, and he has said that if it works for me, to go for it. And then one thing is they don't like that it asks for email address. It's another bit of feedback for us. However, we need a unique identifier, and that is where an email address does come in, but we don't share that information, so we do make that clear. Next slide. Questions?
Thank you, Leanne. Appreciate again another huge amount of information coming through very quickly. So really good to have had all that. And apologies for my dog nudging the door open behind me. It's not a ghost. It is just Paddington making his way into the room and giving me grumpy looks because he's not had a walk yet. So huge thank you to everybody who's presented today. We have had 17 different presentations so far, which is phenomenal. And I think the really affirming thing about this is when you're doing a piece of work around diversity is that you want to see diversity in projects, and we've absolutely achieved that. So I feel like I have learned so much, my brain is buzzing. But I guess then the flip side is that how do we then bring that learning together? And I'm absolutely delighted that we have the two Sarahs, Dr. Sarah Greenhow and Dr. Sarah Tickle, who've been leading the evaluation work for us, with us for the next 15 minutes to share a little bit about their learning from last year, but also the sort of ambitions for the coming year, as well as they're going to be continuing the evaluation work for us, and hopefully an opportunity for you to ask them a few questions as well. So Sarah and Sarah, I shall hand over to you.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Firstly, thank you for having us here today. It's been amazing to sit here for the last few hours listening to all the fantastic presentations and hear about all the amazing work in the projects. So thank you very much. And they're difficult acts to follow, but we'll give it a go. So we're going to today just provide a little bit of an update about our external evaluation and just a little bit of a reminder about our role in the Mind the Gap programme this year. So next slide, please. Thanks very much. So just a little recap really, because we have already spoken about this in the previous event, but just a little recap about what we're doing. So we're externally evaluating the programme of work this year. And we also did that last year as well, and we'll talk a little bit more about that, our learning from last year shortly. But just a little bit about us. We're based at Liverpool John Moores University. We're in the criminology department there, and on a day-to-day basis, we're lecturers there, and we also carry out research as well. And over the years, our research is focused on excluded and marginalised groups within society. And obviously this, the Mind the Gap project fits in with our kind of interest in that area. And obviously what we're aiming to do with this external evaluation is to build on what we did from last year. We've consulted with a number of sites up to this point in relation to how their projects are developing, and it's been fascinating today to hear about where all those projects have got to in such a short space of time. In relation to our external evaluation then, and I'll talk a little bit more about this towards the end of the presentation, but we are externally evaluating all of the embedding projects and also 6 of the scoping projects as well, and we'll talk a little bit more about that, as I say, later on. So next slide, please. Thank you. Thanks. So as mentioned then, we're building on the Mind the Gap evaluation that we carried out last year, and we produced a report based on that and our kind of main findings and learning in relation to that evaluation. And essentially we're aiming to do a similar kind of approach to the evaluation this year, using kind of tried and tested methods with participants that we used last year, but being flexible and adaptable essentially to what works to each project and each community as well. So we're aiming to uncover the views of carers, but also wider beneficiaries in the projects to share learning and understand what works when engaging with a range of different communities. And we've already started, our evaluation work with the projects, and we're also in the process of meeting with some of those projects as well to begin that engagement work. So I'll now hand over to Sarah, who'll talk a little bit about our learning from last year.
Thank you. Good to meet everybody again and reiterate everything Sarah's just said. It's been wonderful to be part of the event today, so thank you. Steve, next slide, please. Thank you. So as Sarah's just said, we are evaluating all of the embedding projects and some of the scoping ones, and we just wanted to kind of reiterate some of the key learning points from last year, and obviously to share with you some key quotes there from carers that we spoke to last year. So through the evaluation of Mind the Gap projects, obviously it was really important, and probably the most important for us, to have carers' voices reflected in our evaluation from last year. So we wanted to find out, obviously, about the project and their involvement, and was it beneficial, did you feel listened to, and what matters most moving forward. So you can see on the screen there's some quotes from the report that Sarah just had up on the screen, and obviously in that report there's 3 case study sites, and you can look at more in-depth qualitative narratives if you want to, but it was just really important to obviously show you some of the work that we did last year, and how important it was when we were speaking to carers to say that they were glad that they were being listened to and their voice was heard, that they felt that they could now care better for themselves and also cared for a person, and about going forwards in terms of hopefully that things will be implemented moving forward, and that hope for change. So as I say, the most important part for us is to have carers' voices reflected in the evaluation that we do this year with scoping and the embedding projects. Steve, could you move on to the next slide, please? Thank you. So we had this in our presentation last time, and obviously we haven't got enough time to go through it all now, but again, there's 3 case study sites there which were the scoping projects from last year, and the questions are on the left, like the key questions that we asked, and then some of the key themes from each site. And based on those research questions that we did ask all carers that we spoke to in the evaluation, these are kind of like the main themes that we got from that. So in summary, firstly, it was overwhelming that the participants, the carers that we spoke to, felt that it was really important being part of Mind the Gap. They felt empowered by it, they felt that it was rewarding and also informative. Obviously there was challenges due to lockdown, and also with regards to how to do it, digital face-to-face and these things, and particularly also around language and barriers and identification of carers as well. Secondly, one of the main key themes when we were asking of our carers throughout the engagement work was that they felt connected to, and that the participation was meaningful to them. They felt listened to. Some felt that they weren't maybe listened to before, but through Mind the Gap and through the projects that they were involved with, that gave them that opportunity not only to be listened